I think it's going to take a little bit longer.
Okay. Thank you.
The thing I have here is the 9 of Coins, which is an interesting card because it's about being comfortable with being alone. It's solitary, and it doesn't mean lonely. It doesn't mean a hermit. It just means that you're not somebody who needs to be with somebody so much that you'll be with somebody who's not good for you. You know what I mean? It's that you're comfortable. You're comfortable in your own skin, so you're comfortable being alone, and that's a strong asset. But I do see hints that something romantic is coming your way. Now, it could be with the same person. It could be somebody new. But right now, you need to have this thing settle down in your spirit and in your life, and then balance will return, and then you'll be getting the things that you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That was truly amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And we'll shuffle the cards again. And Joni in Iowa, Boone, Iowa is next. Hi, Joni. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi.
Hi, Joni. How are you tonight?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
Well, I was wondering if my husband had any messages for me or our boys.
Assuming that he's passed, yes?
Yeah, it'll be 2 months on the 15th.
Oh, gosh.
Kind of sudden.
That's whew, man. You're dealing with a lot then. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when I do these kind of readings, the last show I did, I get there are certain cards I look for to let me know if I'm getting a message from someone, and one of them is the High Priestess. The other card obviously would be Death, or the Last Judgment, that kind of stuff. But I just got the High Priestess for you. The last time I did this, a couple of weeks ago, I didn't get any of that, and it was the only time it failed me. But I did have the person call me off the air, and we did it again, and no charge. We just did it again, and then all the right cards showed up. So yeah, now here I got both of them. Good grief. I got the High Priestess and the Death card, one after the other. So I'm taking this as not only a message, but a message, an urgent message.
Okay.
And so let's look at the cards that we get here. The first one is the Chariot, which is that you need to see the Chariot is a person who's holding conflicting forces in check and getting what, it shows a person with a white horse and a chariot with a white horse and a black horse. And the person who's the Chariot here is holding them and making them go the way she wants. So what you're getting here is the message is be strong.
Okay.
The Sun is here too, which is healing, health, growth, happiness, which is odd because I almost always get that card doing readings like this. It's as if it's saying, I'm okay where I am.
Mm-hmm.
I almost always get that card. And from the very first time I did readings like this, it startled me. Here's the Three of Swords. I always get that too. That's about great sadness and sorrow. That admits and acknowledges that you're feeling pain and sorrow and sadness. So is the spirit you're contacting. Mm-hmm. But this person is growing, and that's the whole point of the Sun. The main, see, those cards are this and the High Priestess and Death. Those are the cards I always get. The card that I don't always get is the Chariot, which is telling me that the message is stay strong. I guess it's because there are people you need to be strong for, right?
Right.
So I'm almost speechless here because these are such classic cards for a reading like this. To start with the High Priestess, who is the person who sees behind the veil. She's sitting in front of a screen. So the veil is the one that separates this world from the next. The Death card, that speaks for itself, and then the first card I have is the Chariot. The card that's the Sun saying, I'm growing, I'm healthy, I'm happy. And then the sword, the Three of Swords, although I know that there's pain and sorrow. Mm-hmm. And the one last card I have here is the Judgment card. See, that's another card I get when I do these readings. This is a very strong indication that this is a genuine reading.
Okay.
Is there anything in here you want to look at a little bit more?
Well, I just wanted to know, our boys, you know, they started their football and they're about, you know, to start their football season in high school. And I just know that it was really important to him. And if he had any messages for the boys or anything like that.
Well, the card I've got...
It's been really hard on them.
the card that... Oh, I'm sure. The card that I got here in direct response to this is the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords is about a person who gets... It's about people who get from where they are to where they want to be through their own power and abilities. Some decks call that card science, for the obvious reason that it involves using the mind and power to get where you are, to where you want to be. And that's the message, which is to stay focused. The person on this, take a look at any time, just on the internet, if you don't have a deck of tarot cards, look up the Six of Swords. Because in almost all decks, it shows the same thing. It's a person on a little boat pushing that boat from rough waters to smooth waters. So the message there is keep focused and get yourself from where you are to where you want to be. You'll do it.
Okay.
And then there's the Lover's card, which shows an angel watching over people. So you see, that shows up a lot in these readings too. So that's good. Those are the two messages. Stay strong, and the other is for the sons, stay focused and know what you want and go for what you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to light a white candle after the show for you to send positive energy your way, because this is so new. This is so recent that according to some theories, you know, the spirit may even still be around you. You know, it's not even 60 days, right? So, you know,
right.
Keep it positive and as positive as you can, without you know, obviously you can't deny your feelings, because that's the perfect way to make yourself crazy. But
right.
But keep in mind that this is definitely when I get these cards, I look for one of these cards to verify that I'm doing an afterlife reading, and I just got 3 of those cards.
Right.
So this is very strong.
I would try to contact him through this.
That means the spirit is strong.
Okay.
Now here's the 10 of Coins. The 10 of Coins is a fascinating card because it's about children and grandchildren and grandparents and lineage and being with ancestors and the whole family line. You see, and everybody knowing that they're part of a continuum. And that's what you're asking about, because that spirit is there still, is what I see. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
If you need at any time, if you want to just vent for anything, you know, you can drop me a line at my email, asktarot@earthlink.net. Even if you don't want any answer, if you just want to write something and send it to somebody, just feel free to do that with me. And if you want me to delete it, I'll just instantly delete it. Okay?
Okay. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm here at any time. That goes for anybody listening. I'm always here, and I've got plenty of time in my hands to do this. And it isn't something I charge for. Again, I like to make that clear, because we live in a very commercial world. And when I invite you to do something, when I invite you to do something, I am charging you for it. You know, that's bad manners, right? So please. Anytime if you feel like it, if you want me to pull a few cards, if you want me to look, just do it, and I'll do it on the house, okay?
Okay. All right, I appreciate it so much.
That will be my gift, not just to you, but to the spirit also, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. These losses, especially when they're sudden and unexpected and recent, you know, very, very upsetting, and And this reading was so strong, especially in light of the fact that the last time I tried to do this on Ask One Radio, I got nothing. And I'm very happy that the caller took me up on my offer to contact me, and we'll do it again off the air. I think she was just nervous, the caller from 2 weeks ago. And we had a wonderful chat and did a very good reading. And that's, again, I consider that an extension of the Ask One Radio reading, and you're not getting billed for this, folks. Don't worry about that. When the time comes that money changes hands between us, you'll know all about it in advance, and you'll know what it will. There's no surprises. I'm not going to say I don't need. We all need money, but I don't need more money. You know what I mean? I'm doing okay. But it's so then the question comes up, of course, why do you charge for anything you do, right? I'll tell you why. There's this thing called the ritual economy. Reiki, for instance. A lot of you know what Reiki is. I was introduced to Reiki, as a lot of people were, by an emergency room nurse. And the gentleman who discovered Reiki, he never says he invented it. One is Dr. Tsui. He gave it away free. He did it. He was healing people all over Japan, and then of course it didn't last. And he had a vision that told him that people are not going to take this seriously unless you charge them. And that's where the ritual economy comes in. Now, we don't want to bleed people, but if you want something of value, you need to give something of value. And that's why, for instance, my pricing when I do readings is flexible. Yeah, you'll find the prices at Ask One Radio. Ask One Radio, that's where we are now. You'll find it at magic-works.com at the homepage. But they're not written in stone. I don't think of myself as a great religious figure on par with Moses, so I don't write things in stone. I don't let money get in the way. I simply don't. It's not worth it. It's not. There was a wonderful comedian many years ago named Eric Zoid. Some of you may have heard of him. I hope he's not forgotten. But I loved that he'd come out. He looked like a gnome. He looked like Eric Burden, kind of. And of the animals. Man, am I dating myself? He'd say, money is great. He'd look at the audience and say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. Well, it's not worth dying for. That's the main thing, right? So, anyway, let's go to Anissa in South Carolina. Anissa, your name is Reverend Elliott. Hi, how are you doing tonight?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you?
I'm wondering about my daughter and her safety for the future.
Okay, what would you like to know?
Is she going to get out of the situation that she's in?
Okay, let's take a look. Let's see, shuffle them up. Well, yeah, she will. Okay, how's that for a quick answer? I had this card several times today. The 8 of Cups. That's a person who is leaving something that isn't working and goes to something better. It shows a person walking. It shows a person walking toward a castle on a hill. So yeah, that's a pretty good sign, So yeah, that's the answer. Okay. That's the short answer. Is there anything else you want to look at about that?
No, that's my biggest concern with her. I guess myself, and am I going to be by myself forever?
Not that I see here. Let's see. No. I see this change coming in your life, and it's going to be good change. Because after this, you have to have the Wheel of Fortune that represents change. That's followed by the 9 of Cups. Cups are romance in the heart, and the 9 of Cups is about a real sensual experience. This is a person who has a lot. Enjoys the good things in life, physical pleasure, earthly pleasures. There's a tiny bit of a warning there that people are going to see you and be envious, and just don't flaunt it too much, because you're going to be really happy. So yeah, I see that coming. I also see that you're entering a time of change in your life that's going to be good. You've been alone a while, correct?
Right.
because that's the 9 of coins. I had that for the previous caller. The 9 of coins is somebody who is comfortable alone, but you don't necessarily want to be alone. But you see, I've got the Knight of Cups here. The Knight of Cups says there is romance coming your way, and it's going to be good. It's going to be interesting. Here's the King of Cups. This is great. The cards love you. You ask about romance, and all the cup cards show up. Yes, it's in your future. There's nothing you can do about it. You're going to find love. How's that?
Okay. That's great.
Hey, I've got to run now. I've only got a couple of minutes to go.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And, hey, that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, is this stuff real? I've run into that with so many people. I mean, there are people I've known for 30, 40 years. When I started doing this, they thought, well, obviously it's card tricks. Well, I don't know card tricks. I'd say to them, you've known me 30, 40 years. Did you ever see me do card tricks? Did you think that I just waited to spring this on you? That's planning, man. To pull out with it 30, 40 years later. I mentioned this in passing, that one of the signs that we're changing and growing is we lose friends. And how? Whatever happened to you? That's a big one when we're changing and growing. You're not like you used to be. No, I'm not. I'm glad you noticed. All that stuff. It's, I don't know. I'd like to know. I'd like to go back and know what some of these people who I'd been around for years and years, I wonder what they think of me or thought of me, or will they even recognize me? It comes to mind. But then again, I don't think it's worth it, because I happened to have stumbled online on a person I knew about 1982, and he wanted to be a writer, and I happened to find out that he did have a few books published, and he works. He's the dean of a girls' school, which for him would, he must have reformed, because he'd have been in prison otherwise to do with a job like that. But why bother contacting him? I thought, it might be good to contact him, but A, he may not even remember me, and B, we're different people now. Time does change us. Time changes us drastically. So maybe that'll be the subject of a discussion next week. And I do keep threatening to do online classes and Zoom stuff. But one of the things I want to do that about is time travel, which I know a lot of people don't particularly think exists. But I can tell you time travel is real, because I've done it. I have time traveled it. I have been traveling. I have done that. I have also done remote viewing. I have been able to contact people remotely. There's a trip. I contacted somebody who I wanted to test this out. I made an effort to reach somebody who I hadn't heard from in many years, and within 2 hours, she contacted me and then said, I don't know why I bothered. What did I do that for? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Good for the ego, right? So listen, I'll see you again next week. And until next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, check out my website, magic-works.com. And remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift to the universe. Good night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, we're right here in March, aren't we? Right at the beginning of the month. And I'm Eleanor Grace. I'm here in London, in the United Kingdom. And it's welcome to my Psychic Destiny show. Now, I'm using cards. These are tarot cards that I'll be using here. And it's a very, very positive week this week. We've got a burst of energy everywhere, all over the world. And I feel that this is a time where you can all benefit greatly from making some positive decisions and getting those intentions set. So what is it that you really want to do? So it's time to get those ambitions back in order, isn't it? And, get those goals set so that you can make some plans that you can achieve and thrive. And this is the start now of spring. So we're about to jump into that lovely weather and that nice time of the year where we're all looking forward. We're not looking backwards anymore. And this is my card, actually, for you. This week, this is all about the High Priestess. So it's about those of you that feel as though you've got that real psychic energy and that you've got a buzz and you're getting perhaps a few messages coming through from Spirit. That's always lovely. And messages from Spirit often arrive in your dreams. And make a note of what your dreams are saying to you. It's not just about sorting out that, mumbo jumbo in your brain. It's about perhaps just getting a little bit of information so that you can define what it is that you really want to do, where you can get hold of your spirit guides and that you can feel very much as though you're a part of the spiritual side of your life as well as what is happening here in your physical life. So lots of promise, I feel, is here. So hello there to Heather. I think we've got Heather in Winnipeg in Canada on the line. Hello, you're through to Eleanor Grace. Are you there, Heather?
I am, Eleanor. Thank you for taking me.
Okay, well, it's lovely to speak to you, Heather. It's a very pretty name and reminds me of Scotland, where the actual heather grows. So let's have a look at you. I know, it's a lovely name. I do feel as though it's a namesake that you've got spirit around you actually today, and spirit guides are coming in. I can see lots of sparkles and souls in spirit that sort of go round and round and round and make you feel a bit dizzy sometimes. There's a lot of people who queue up actually to make contact with you, Heather. Have you had that before? Have you been aware of this sort of tingliness around you sometimes, a bit spooky, a bit sort of feeling as though, I don't know whether there's a ghost here or whether there's, some sort of entity around me, and that you're not comfortable with that. Is that true for you?
Well, not that I'm not comfortable. I kind of
you are comfortable.
That they are around me. I am.
Good, because they just seem to be piling in. So you're a beacon of light. Do you have a son? Because I feel as though there's a boy, a young male around you.
I have a son who's passed, you mean? Or?
No, he's here.
Oh, my son, yeah, I do have a son here.
Okay, here he is. Because he is also a very spiritual soul. And I feel that there's connections of guides to him all the time. So he's got a similar aspect to his nature, but also the way that he perceives things, the way that he sees things, and he's very kind and gentle in his heart. And I feel that that's something that's in your family as well, Heather, that you've passed that on. You've got that connection going through. So yes, souls in spirit are arriving. I've got a big capital of A here. I do want to go to Amanda. I feel that that's a very strong name around you. It may be a person in spirit. It may be somebody that you're about to encounter in your pathway, in the way that you go forward. So don't be concerned if you don't know or recognize the name at the moment, because that's something that will happen. And often that comes through. It's like a gateway that you're managing to break through. And this is something you've been trying to do for a long time. Now, this gateway is about a sense of freedom here for you, and you mustn't look back. That's the message that I'm being given here. So don't turn around, don't look back at the past, don't do that, because it's not going to be any use to you. It's of no use whatsoever. I feel that you've just got to be very, very certain about your own steadfastness. It's you having clear sight, putting one foot in front of the other and going forward in your life. So there's been some nasty tongues, there's been some difficult conversations, bad things have been said in the past. So we want to get rid of that, and we want to make sure that that's not going forward with you. And yet I see such a lot of happiness around you now, and end of battles, end of weariness, and an end of you being really tired, because I feel that there's a lot of tiredness that you've left behind, and maybe some real sort of ill health with that wasn't necessarily something that you were in control of. I feel that you were consumed here with, some very weary, tired times. Energy was sapped. I'm talking last year, I'm talking really from about August, September, that sort of time last year. So did that happen to you, Heather? Did you find that you were suddenly overwhelmed in some way with life, with your life, and also with the events that had happened?
Yes, there were things going on at that time that were overwhelming.
Well, the good news is that you've got the Queen of Cups here. I don't know if you can see that in focus. I'll try and pull it back. But the Queen of Cups is you. This is you, Heather, being very happy, filled up. Cups are full here, filled up with joy and this really overwhelming sort of sense of happiness. So the opposite to what you were experiencing towards the end of the summer last year, where you were this person, you were very much the hermit, you were the person that had to retreat. You had to retreat inside yourself and reassess exactly what it was that you wanted to say, what you wanted to do, how you wanted to be. But now you can do all of those things because there's a new gate. It's as though you're on the top of a hill and there's a gateway here, and it's a silly, crooked gate. It's not anything that's secure, but it's been too difficult to open, and you could have opened it at any time. It's not a problem. You could have even squeezed through some of the panels, but you didn't. You stayed put, you stayed where you were. Now this gate has flung itself open. It's as though there's been a gust of wind that has just come along, and Spirit have done this, and your spirit guides have said, hold on a moment, this is not the way for you, and your son as well, being very similar. There's another boy that is around you, so either it's a very close friend to your sons already, or perhaps a cousin, but there's two boys together. You don't have two sons, though, do you?
I have a stepson.
That's what it is.
A stepson.
Yeah. Are they similar in age, are they?
Close, a few years apart.
Oh, okay. All right, then. And we're not talking 10 years, though, are we? I mean, I just feel that there's a symmetry between them. And your stepson, has come in or has been introduced, I feel, into your son's life to be a companion, to be the boy that wasn't there. So there must have been a sense of loss. I feel that there would have been a son, a boy who should have been born, perhaps. Maybe you suffered a miscarriage, maybe you don't know. But I do feel that there's a soul in spirit around you that actually comes in to look after and protect your son because of that psychic sense, because he's, so wonderful and empathetic. He's really able to absorb other people's feelings, emotions. He knows things, he knows what's going to happen. He has that sense of being able to predict where he should be, what he should say, who he should mix with, what he should do. And he's got that journey in front of him. So the stepson has been brought in to fill that gap. But now there's a change. There's a big change that's coming. You're in control of that, Heather. It's not something to be frightened of. Change is always looked upon as being extremely difficult and, you've got to wade through it. But it isn't. It's just different. It's a different way of negotiating your life. And this was your very first card anyway. And that was the High Priestess. And the High Priestess really does dictate this maneuverability. You have to maneuver now, and you have to think about the good for you and your family, but you also have to think about those personal freedoms, what you want to achieve, and how you're going to get there, and what you're going to do in this next phase now in your life. I do see new people walking towards you, welcoming you with open hearts. It's that lovely heart that I want to give to you. It's yours as well. So you have a very kind and gentle heart, Heather. But that is being matched now with new friendship groups and people who are welcoming you towards them. Sometimes this can be looked upon as that next sort of spiritual connection where you do have groups of people who are souls in spirit who transcend around you and follow you because of that bright light that you show off, and you show that off lots and lots and lots. So it's well practiced. I think you're an old soul that's here, and now you're turning round and round and round in a circle and feeling as though you need to stop somehow and make a decision as to which way you really want to go, which way you intend to go. I see lots of green earth around you, so there's a great deal of countryside and being able to enjoy that. There's fresh air and lots of land and new sort of growth. There's a great deal of new growth. And you writing, I do have lots of written words here. It's as though you're writing in the sand that whatever it is that you write down is actually going to be swept away by the water, by the sea, by the waves coming in, the ocean coming in. So you must feel quite insecure about what you want to say. However, that will pass now, Heather, and that will be a very, very different opportunity for you. So you've got a great deal going on. I can't believe
I do.
You do so much. All right, so we get to the point where you can pick and choose. So you have that propensity around you. You have that gift as well. Are you planning on writing some sort of either book or article for the internet, magazine? It's something that is very creative that I feel that you are very good at. So is it an idea that you've got?
Well, I don't have anything at the moment, but who knows?
Okay, no is that one. Well, make a note of your dreams, because you have got, some real charge coming in. There's electric coming in here. I feel you're going to be inspired. So watch out for that, and also for this next path. So the move is there. You're moving forward, whether it's a physical move or not, doesn't really matter. What counts is that you're landing in a new sort of set of harmony, and that's going to bring you a lot of joy in your heart, and a special person that I feel is welcoming you in the future. So don't discount anything to make life difficult for you. Really, when this Roberto comes back around and you see him again, then there's somebody else that either he introduces to you or that you meet at exactly that time. So it's a very positive energy that I think is going to be given to you. It's exciting. Now it's so March and May, the months beginning with an M, they are there. Springtime months, but months with a great deal of power-packed times, and it's springtime. So this is the time of meeting your next major partner. There's major commitment that is here around you in your life, and it's something that you will find is very, very special. With the quartz crystal being so illuminated here and so clear, it's an opportunity for you to recognize that you've got like a bounce pad. It's a bit like a trampoline. You can jump for joy. I can see you doing that. And you holding on to some really positive words. There's love in the air. There's hearts everywhere here in the crystal. And I feel that this is something that you will really want to have. So we're going to do a cosmic order. A cosmic order for you is going to be really wishing for the right person to come along at the right time. And one of the first things that you need to do here, Sona, is to be able to clear a lot of that clutter from your life. And sometimes you don't have to throw out the bin or, you know, clear the room or tidy up. It's more about what's in your mind and how much you've accumulated in your mind as being, well, that was something that, you know, I shouldn't have really allowed to get into my head. So you will be going through a process now of releasing some energies, feelings about people that you shouldn't be holding to yourself. And there's like little worries and concerns, jealousies even, about other people who may appear to be happier, better off than you, in a different space than you. And I think we all do this. We all look at others and think, why am I not there? You know, why is that not me at this particular time? And yet, you've got the best yet to come. I mean, it's so exciting. I feel as though you're just going to jump into life and really access every opportunity that comes your way. There's some really good friends around you, you know, and I feel that they are supporting you, taking you out, holding your hand and wanting you to partake, wanting you to be, you know, really clear about the level of opportunity that is there. So I think you've got well-wishers that are really going to be with you. Now, your grandfather, is he in spirit? Is he somebody that's already passed? I've got an older man who is coming through in spirit. Okay. He's got white hair. Did he have white hair when he passed? Do you know?
Yes, a bit, yes. He lost some hair, but yes.
Yeah, it's very short, you know, sort of white hair, very short, and he's there. And I can see his face, and he's sort of peering down at you and wanting you to, I don't know, he wants to hold your hand like this. I don't know whether he used to do this to you and just sort of cherish you. Do you have a sister? Because I'm seeing two girls. So is that a sister of yours? Okay. Because he's saying that to me. He's saying, yes, these two girls, and they're beautiful, beautiful faces. There's angels that are around you. He sends them to you. Who sings? Who is the singer? Who has got the beautiful voice? I've got a really stunning voice here. Is that you? Can you sing with your voice?
Not really.
Not really?
Not really, but...
Interesting. Is that your sister then that sings? Somebody does, because he's saying this to me. Maybe he did. The songs, anyway. Do you recognise that in your family? Did your mother sing? Who was the person that sang to you? Do you remember? Do you?
I have a friend who used to sing, but it's just occasionally. It's not professional.
Okay. Well, it's interesting because your grandfather is talking about this singing. Maybe it's the angels and the cherubs singing for you, because love is coming into your life. So let's take another card and see what the cards have to say. Well, you're in love here. The Queen of Cups is who you are, and the Queen of Cups is getting ready to be the matriarch, the empress, the person who is the married lady, is in charge of the home, is in charge of how you can blossom and grow and become a mother. So motherhood is going to be very important to you. I think that your grandfather is giving you that message to sing here, to sing from your heart. It can be symbolic. It's not necessarily that you've got the greatest voice, but I think that there is a child of yours that will be singing, that's got a great singing voice. There's a person as well, a man who is adorable, going to love you to bits, and he's with you this summer. So somebody is walking towards you, but there's an apology coming back as well from either an ex or somebody that you've just fallen out with a bit. Has that happened? Have you just fallen out with a lover, a partner right now?
No, I mean, I have a friend, but I don't know if that will grow into a relationship or not. But...
Okay, well, it's a bit sort of don't know at the moment, but just watch for the end of March, because love arrives in your life at that time and it's consolidated in May. Best of luck, and I wish you every happiness, and it's lovely to speak to you. So, I've been Eleanor Grace. We're at the end of the show here today, and I wish you all a lovely week, and get out into that spring fresh air, and I'll see you same time next week. Bye for now. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Divine Heart Channeling with Ivana Botic. Search Divine Heart Channeling on Facebook and all other social media. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Divine Heart Channel on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls. I'm your host, Ivana, and want to say thank you again for having me. And before we start, I would like to say again, thank you for all of your questions. The Guardians wanted me to start this show with one general message for everyone that asked about their love lives and about soulmates and stuff like that. So the Guardians wanted you to know, guys, that they want to suggest to you that you can put some kind of list for yourself to see what do you want to have in your life. What is that make you excited? What is something that make your heart jump? To see how can you first love yourself completely, and then you can start looking around you. When you start shining your true self, your true light, your soulmate will come. It's there behind the corner already. You just need to open your eyes and open your heart first to love yourself and then to love others. With that being said, I would like to answer to the question for Arshia. I'm not sure am I pronouncing your name very well. I'm sorry for that, my dear. You wanted to know, will your project get approved and supported? And will you be called to live in another city in a month? The Guardians are showing me you can, let's say like this. I'm sorry because Guardians sometimes giving me the sensations, not always a word or a picture. They want you to know that how much do you believe in your project? How much did you put yourself in that project? You are the one who is making your own reality. They are showing me like you doing bucket list, like check this. If you fulfilled everything that's on your side and you did it with your open heart, with the wish for something bigger, for better, for your life, to create your life the way you want, it will go your way, if that make any sense. And about the living in another city in a month, because the Guardians are not, they don't have a linear timeline like we do. They are multidimensional beings and everything happens in this moment as we speak. And when you give me your question, it's from this moment right now. They are seeing. It could be in a month, it could be in 2 months. But Guardians want you to not be disappointed or to go hard on yourself. It doesn't happen in a month. It will happen. But at the moment when you are ready for it, you need to decide that you are ready. And what the Guardians are suggesting is that you can do like journaling, put stuff that you are grateful for. See where you find yourself most like fulfilled. And that's when it's like the word I'm looking for is you will say when you're gonna move, if that make any sense for you. And also the Guardians like showing me there is a big work behind all of it. And they are very proud on you, and you should be very proud on yourself. So I hope that makes sense. I would love you to leave me a message or just to tell me how that resonates with you. Also, like I always said, if something resonates for you, it doesn't have to be your question. Whoever is listening, if that resonates, it's for you also. And the next person I would like to give an answer to a question is Annette. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I'm sorry if I didn't. Your question is there any spirit that's coming through and what message do they have for you? The guardians of records, of Akash, they are showing me there was a big, I will not say struggle, but like a fight you fought, that you coming out of it like very victorious. They are showing me there is a like bunch of people, bunch of your loved ones, bunch of masters and teachers behind you. They are cheering for you, they are rooting for you, they are holding your back every step that you take. And they want you also to know that you can do exactly what you put your mind to it. Just don't be afraid, don't get in that fear-based state, because you will close yourself. And everything we do, when we do from heart, it's always different frequency. It's always pure and clear. That's why keep continuing to do what you do. You are doing it perfectly right. And there is nothing wrong. There is nothing bad. There is only love for you. And one more thing the guardians are like showing me is they want you to ask yourself, are you giving yourself enough self-care? Do you take care of yourself enough? Do you do stuff that you love to do? If not, you know what you need to do. Of course, there is always suggestion for the guardians. They will never say us, do that or do this. So I hope also that resonates, and I hope you will leave me some message or just to let me know how this resonates with you. And also, guys, I wanted to make this show a little bit different. I love to answering your questions, but also I would like to guide you through this amazing time we are living in, through this amazing spiritual awakening that is happening every day for many, many people. I'm here to help you understand, to navigate, not only to be confused and scared and be like, I need someone else to fix my situations. I'm not going to say problem, as you can see, because everything is a situation. The way you look at the things, the way you see the world is unfolding for you. So first thing I would like you to share with you is to give you a little bit, how can you put yourself centered? How can you ground yourself in like so quick way that it's going to make wonders for you? First thing, also when your anxiety hits or stress, or you feel like you are lost and you losing breath, this is the perfect practice exercise you can do. First, what you can do is you can sit straight. You can put your legs down the feet. Don't cross anything, not your fingers, legs, nothing. Open your heart. Go to your heart space. Your heart space is right between your heart chakra and solar plexus, is where your ribs meet. You can put your awareness into your heart space. You can breathe in deeply, hold a little bit, and breathe out. And again, breathe in, hold a little bit, breathe out. You can do it for like 3-5 times, whenever you feel like it. And you will feel the change. You will feel the way your heart is not racing. You will feel like your head is starting to be clear. Your mind is clear. It's not that foggy. It will help you. Also, what I want to say to you guys about the Akashic readings. I know this is a new subject here and that you are used to on the psychic mediums, where they speak with our loved ones that are passed. Akashic records are a little bit different, as we said in the previous episode, but with the guardians of our records, we have masters behind us. Masters could be, let's say, if you believe in Jesus, Buddha, Shiva, those kind of figures are our masters. Our teachers also can be big names, also like deities, different deities, and we have the loved ones. That's our loved ones that choose to be by our side, that they didn't want to go again in another human life, but they decide to be by our side and to give us guidance and unconditional love. When Akashic record is opened, they come through with suggestion. How can we make our life better? What can we do to make the life we desire? What are the steps that we can take for our, not only business or love, but also for our spiritual path? How can we make our reality the way we desire, the way we want? That's why I always say the guardians don't want to be like not yes or no questions. They want a more open-ended question, so they can give you exactly the suggestions, and they can give you guidelines in which you can go and make that life that you want. So I hope this resonates with you. I hope you are getting a little bit more familiar with the Akashic records and what can you accept. Again, I'm sorry about my English. What you expect with this show. And I want to say again, thank you for being here. And thank you for having me. Oh, thank you, Dave, for saying that my English is perfect. You're awesome. And hope to see you at my next show. Be free to send me the messages. I would love to hear what you are thinking about and what do you want me to talk about also. And we can always answer some questions. Thank you so much. I know I said thank you too many times, but it's never too many times because I'm here to help you grow and to guide you, and be free to call me. Thank you so much for this.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I'm coming live from the MBS here in Sydney at the ICC in Darling Harbour. So, an event that's happening for 4 days. It started yesterday, today's day 2, and we go on the weekend as well. So Sunday's our last day. So come down and have a look. Okay, so we got this week, we do have on the 10th, we've got the new moon happening on at 8 p.m. in Pisces. It's my time here in Sydney. So with this new moon that is happening, there's a lot of Piscean energy that's coming up with it. So I feel like it might be feeling like time to be more slowly, or time to take a step back. It is going to be like you might wanting to find a place that's quiet or wanting peace and quiet during this new moon. We've also got Saturn, we've got the moon here, we've got the sun, we've got Neptune, and we've got Mercury. And also the day before the new moon, Mercury is going to conjunct Neptune. So that might be a transit where you can't get at what you're trying to say, like your communication's being dissolved or no one's listening to you. So there's this sense of not getting what you need across. It also could be a sense of feeling upside down and trying to make sense of everything because nothing makes sense. Because there also could be like a delusion that's coming up with this as well. Or even could be a sense of being very emotional, and then a sense of maybe even like paranoia sense too that's also coming in with this this feeling. But most of all, I feel like it's about wanting that peace, that quiet happiness, wanting to have that time out that's coming in, and wanting to find your own space or own quiet space. But I just feel like there's a sense of things really sensing like it's going to slow down. But then coming up in a couple of days after that, on the 11th, we do have Mercury going into Aries. With that, it's going to be about communication being quite open, speaking your truth or having an opinion. It might be a thing where you're not listening to other people, other people not listening to you, and feeling like you've got your values or what you think is right, so it's be argumentative. So we've got a sense over the weekend of being more slow down and having that quiet time, and then coming into next week where things are more up-paced or a lot more louder in what's happening around. There's also, we've got a square with Mars and Uranus this week too. With that, it could be some unexpected frustration, anger, too, or even could be a sense of where your ego gets cut down to unexpectedly as well with that. So that's also coming up for this week too. I feel like this is a week of ups and downs, but I feel like also this week is about wanting things to look nice or in a certain way, and it also about speaking your mind is also going to be a thing this week as well, coming up with that. So let's go to the caller here that we've got. So let me just see. So we've got here Cheryl, who's from Canada, Alberta in Canada. So hi, Cheryl, how are you?
Hi, Danielle, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I'm just wondering about a general reading, when things are going to turn around for me.
So in like relationships, or you're looking like, I feel like relationships, or is it about finance or just generally?
More finance.
Okay, let's have a look for you. Next to Cheryl, Canada, about finances and looking up. Look, I feel like it's going to feel like you're treading water, or you're doing like the dog paddle, trying to sort of stay above the water here for a little while longer. But I want to say when I get to the next half of the year, more going to sort of September, so it's more like my spring, is when things are sort of, there's a trail here, like a money trail, like things are picking up. Like it's slowly but steadily as well. I feel like, I don't know if you're working at the moment, but it's like, I feel like you're not wanting to do what you're doing, or I just keep thinking I don't want to do work. I just feel like, are you working at the moment?
Yes.
Are you not wanting to do what you're doing at the moment, or is it you've been asked to do something?
No, I'm working now. I'm working now.
But what you're doing, but what you're doing for work, do you not want to do it, or are you wanting to change? Like, I feel like there's something that you've been asked to do, or you're doing that you don't want to do.
Oh, night shift, I hate.
Okay, that makes sense. It's like even hearing, I don't want to do it, too. And there's a sense of, this could be to do with night shift, but also I feel like this card's about anxiety as well and wanting to hide I feel like you need to change in what you're doing. What is it that you're actually doing? What's your actual work?
Security.
Security. Look, you're very good at what you're doing. You're very alert. You're very observant, that I feel as well, and good at writing up reports. But I feel like that it's a bit boring. Like there's something else that I feel like you could do, or get a job where you're doing a different form of security, like more maybe like a one-on-one. As it could be. I just feel like this needs to be different. But I keep on seeing September like a money trail, like you're being led to something else, but it's a money trail here. You're gonna have to stand your ground as well. Like if you don't want to do the night shift, like it would be like a medical, or I feel like it gets you sort of. It's really hard to get used to for you because your head's really not in it, or it's hard to get your head around it. You don't feel good having those like sleeping during the day. It's just something not right for you or good for you. But I feel like you're going to stand your ground here too. But I feel like you need to be around more people, or even if you're security like on the front door of a venue or something. Like I feel like with you, it needs to be. Are you around people?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. So I feel like that. Because I'm seeing like around like a venue or front door as well. I do have a sense of something else completely different for you to do, but I feel like that's going to involve study. Like you're going to have to re-educate or relearn something to do it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Because eventually this is boring.
Are there going to be any bumps in the road for me this year?
For where? Like for the house?
House-wise?
Okay, house. Look, I feel like when it comes to your house, there's things that's going to need fixing up. I keep on seeing if it's like a curtain or a blind or something. It's like keeps on falling down. So I feel like something I feel like it maybe needs fixing up, or you need to get curtains or blinds. Like I see a blind or curtain keep on falling down. So I feel like it needs fixing up. Look, I feel like you're okay. I feel like there is a sense of like scaredness or anxiety. I mean, what I do with my guides, if I ever feel like I need to, they know if I'm being warned of something coming up that's not great, I always see 3 4s or 4 4s. If I see a lot of 4s, I know, something's not great coming up. But I always ask for my guides to give me a warning or a heads up so I know. For you, I feel like it's like you're constantly, I'm waiting for something to happen. I also want to go to like tap. I feel like it's a washer or leaky tap that needs to be fixed up around your home as well, too. But ultimately, I feel like you're going to get through this year. I feel like more towards the end of the year, things are going to pick up for you. I feel like you're very strong. You're very independent. You're very like solo as well. But I also feel like that you've got like a child. I'm hearing someone call that mum. So I feel like there's a child there who's like needing you or wanting your advice, but you also got to let them to have their own path too, as well. I get like a stubborn partner around you as well, a stubborn man. So do you have a partner?
Yes.
Yeah, he's quite stubborn. I feel like he's not budging.
He's quite ill.
Okay. I just feel like he needs to be a little bit more flexible in what's going on. Like I just feel like he's just very stubborn and how he sees things is not the full picture. So I just feel like he needs to be a lot more flexible. I feel like he's taking a lot of medication, or he's having to take a lot of things. He doesn't want to take it. I feel like some things can be mixed into one, or I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but I feel like there's things here that maybe been able to change as well. Yeah. I want to say you have a lot of strength and you're a very strong person. And what I say, I feel like for you though, ultimately when I come for your own, there will be like paths, but you're road humps, but you're going to be able to get through them. But I feel like though, when it gets to next year, it's going to be more about you, what you want, than what other people want. Because at the moment you're living your life for other people. Okay?
Right.
All right, guys. Thank you for calling in today. Okay.
Alrighty. Bye-bye for now.
Bye. Okay. So guys, if you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties, and my Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. That's the best way to get in contact with me through Facebook. My Instagram and TikTok is Lady D as Psychic, and my YouTube channel is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. Just can't find it under Lady D. I'm here at the MBS Sydney, so come down on the weekend if you're in Sydney area. There's heaps to see and do crystals, and there's other things to see like sensors, like things that you smell, candles. There's everything here that you can think of, even at baseline tiaras. So come down, have a look. You can grab a reading from either me or one of the other readers that are here. There's plenty of readers here. And I'll see you same time, same or different location next week, back in my other location at home next week. So bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. This is Diane Jarecki at Readings by Diane. Welcome. Thank you for joining me today. And you can find me very easily just by searching for Readings by Diane. www.readingsbydiane.com, at Readings by Diane on YouTube, and I think it's Readings by Diane or Readings by Diane Jarecki on Facebook. I think there I had to include my last name. I'm easy to find. And boy, did I have a great weekend. Last week, at the last minute, I had an event appear that was like right in my backyard, and still had openings for people to do things there. It was an out-of-the-box type event for me. I was the only tarot reader. It was like a flea market kind of thing. But I love out-of-the-box events. I love being the only reader and an unusual thing. And I have the chance now to do that continually on a regular basis. It was the very first one. I got right in on the ground floor. I am like really happy about this. And so that's going to be one of my weekends, at least once a month. Because I do have some other things coming up too, which I'm really excited about. So I had an awesome weekend. I hope everybody out there did as well. And today we are having a beautiful, almost spring-like day. So the sky is so blue here. It's one of the things I love about living here in New Hampshire, in my little town in the middle of nowhere. And the sun is shining through the trees. It's just gorgeous out there. And so, hello, Jessica. And how is it in Ohio?
Beautiful, actually, today.
Good. So, how can I help you today?
I was contacted and they said they wanted to give me a reading, so I was just curious if how you go about doing it, or like how you operate yours.
Okay. Yes, because you know what? Everybody is a little bit different. And so the way that I do my readings, I ask for a specific question if possible, or at least life area, relationship, career, finances, whatever. And that gives the cards a framework. We don't have the space and time here for what I do typically for a general reading, because there's a spread that I use that lays out a lot of cards, and I honestly don't have the room here to do that. So if we can, I'd really like to at least give that framework of a specific life area.
Career?
Tarot reader, yes. I do tarot, Lenormand, and playing cards, and it will depend completely on your question what we're looking at.
Oh, no, I said career.
Oh, career. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm going to pull tarot. I'm feeling tarot for this today. Although a beautiful spring day, the Lenormand would have been really nice today. Anyway, it's a springy day. So, all right, okay, Jessica. And is there something specific about your career you want to look at?
Just whatever comes up, or nothing specific too much. I'm on the path right now, but I just like to know, like, I don't know if I'm on the right path, or if this is what God wants me to do, or anything that comes up.
Said that the first card to come up was the Pope.
The Pope?
So, yeah, like Spirit is saying, or God is saying, however you want to, whatever you want to put a name to that as. But yeah, it was just kind of funny that you, as you were saying, is this what God wants me to do? The Pope. Yep.
Yeah,
make this stuff up. I'm telling you, it's amazing. You just can't make this stuff up.
Now, what all does the Pope mean?
Well, okay, so that can mean a lot of things. All right. I'm kind of looking now because I never, in my system, I read the Tarot de Marseille. So I don't read any card just by itself. I read it in combination with the other cards. But it was just kind of funny when you said that, because that is like the spiritual leader, the Pope, right?
Yeah.
So the Hierophant, if you're in Rider-Waite-Smith, you'll hear it called. In my system, it's
okay.
So that with the Five of Cups, which is interesting because, and Justice, if I look at these first three, but it's interesting because I feel like there is a change in your feelings about your career. And you're feeling like there may be a different path that you need to take. And Justice and the Emperor follow that. So I'm feeling, looking at these cards, just starting there, that there is a need to find a balance, find that path. Like I actually feel that you're right in questioning whether or not you're really on the right path. Okay?
Yeah.
Because then the Emperor is followed by Justice and the Emperor, followed by the Six of Swords and the Four of Coins. And so it's kind of showing me that you're making a decision. I'm not going to call it like a bad decision or a wrong decision, but I feel like the decision is being made from a standpoint of staying secure and not leaving a comfort zone and not going outside the box, right? Because we're in the Four, so it's kind of a square. But the end of that is the Ten of Coins. So I feel like if you make this change with the fives are all about change, and break that mold basically, and like I'm feeling like there's something that you actually feel you might be being pulled towards, Jessica. Am I right there?
Absolutely.
Okay. But like I said, I'm seeing kind of this fear of, like you're kind of letting yourself stay where you're at for stability. But the Ten of Coins, it's the 9. Sometimes you have to count. Okay. So the 9 of Coins, 9s are definitely about changes. 9 is all about things need to change. So that 4 of Coins with the 9 of Coins, you need to break out of that box basically. And when you do, then you start to make your dreams come true, because the coins in my system is the fire, is the passion. And so it's about following that, because God's calling you to follow a passion here. And then the shadow pair, as I like to call them, at the bottom, we have the Chariot with the Six of Cups. And that Six of Cups is like opening these new pathways. It's like the opposite, actually, of the Six of Swords. So where the Six of Swords, we are choosing to stay where we don't belong. We're making decisions out of like fear of that change because of the comfort of the stability. In the Six of Cups, we open that pathway. And in the Chariot is all about movement. Okay, so it's time to move in a different direction. Definitely, Jessica. And
All about
follow where
direction.
you're feeling called. Okay?
Can I share with you what I'm doing?
Sure.
So I'm about ready to graduate to be a teacher, an elementary school teacher, and I feel a very strong passion to work with kids. But I just don't know exactly if I'm supposed to, I can relate to kids really, really well. So I don't know if I'm supposed to counsel them or teach them or do both or work with kids that have disabilities.
Okay.
So that's why it was kind of all over the place what I'm supposed to do.
No, so as you're getting ready to graduate from school, this is a time that, kind of those questions, am I really doing the right thing, start to fall into place or, start to come in. And guidance counseling would certainly be a way to still be working in the school and to be able to still work with those children and help them even more. Although, teachers make a huge, huge impact. I don't know if there's a way to be a teacher in a school plus like a part-time guidance counselor, like to do that as well. Or,
Yeah, that's what I was playing with doing. I feel like God has given me a strong, like everything I've been through in my life, God, as a child, God has given me a strong desire to work with kids and make a difference in their life, especially traumatized kids.
So follow that, Jessica. Do what you need to do. And you might start out teaching while you go back and get a secondary degree for the, for the psychology that you would need to go on and do that.
Okay. Well, this was a message from God. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome, Jessica. All right.
God bless you. You have a blessed and wonderful day.
Thank you. You too. Many blessings, dear. All right. And so, thank you, everybody, for joining me here again. If you want to get a private reading with me, go to www.readingsbydiane.com, and I do have a place to go ahead and choose your session length and schedule a reading. And then you can also connect with me on Facebook and YouTube. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye. Many
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with psychic medium Cindy. Psychic medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. So great to be here tonight. So I was thinking that before we get a caller in, we should talk a little bit about this new moon we're having this weekend. So this weekend we have a new moon in Pisces, and depending on where you are, this is going to be either on the 9th or the 10th. So when we talk about new moons, we always talk about setting your intentions, asking for your wishes to come true, like what do you want in your life? Maybe you want a new job, maybe you want a new relationship, and you definitely should do that this weekend. But because this moon is in the Pisces zodiac, which is the last sign, it's also a good time to release some stuff. So I would suggest first, when maybe write down some things you want to release, like some fears, some doubts, some worries that you have, and then put in those intentions of what you want to bring in for this month and these new opportunities. And I think if you do that, you'll get full benefit of this full moon. So that is my advice to you guys for this weekend. I'm just going to pull a few cards just while we're waiting, just for the collective here. Just felt like what's this new moon going to look like for us. It's always exciting. It's always exciting. I love a new moon. So the first one, I can't make this stuff up. The first one actually is the new moon. That's what pops out. So this is the promise card. So with new moons, like I said, you set your intentions because you want to, things that you want to bring into your life, but also you want to make some promises to yourself because maybe there's some things within yourself that you want to change. And one of those important things is releasing any of those fears or doubts and putting that trust into the universe. Lately, I feel like I got the iceberg or the submerged card here second. So I think like a lot of us maybe are feeling a little stuck or maybe feeling like can't get our heads above water, right? This has been an ongoing trend for a long time now, but it's coming to the end because the next card we have is the spring equinox, which is exactly what's going to happen. Like I think it's the 19th or 20th or 21st of this month, which is all about rebirth. So get those intentions out there, focus on that rebirth, focus on those new things that you want, and really like just embrace spring because things are getting better. We've been stuck for a long time. We've had a lot of things happening with COVID and post-COVID and all this stuff, and like we're just finally getting back on track, right? So as soon as the spring comes, we're going to be doing a lot better. So we're just waiting for a caller here, and then when we get one, we'll do some cards. But in the meantime, you can always like my Facebook page. I do free readings, mediumship and card readings, probably about twice a month on my Facebook page. So if you follow me on Psychic Medium Cindy on Facebook, and you'll see like what nights I'm going to be doing them. I usually do them on Mondays, but that can change due to my work schedule. So keep track of me. Then you can catch me on there and I'll get a reading in for you, which would be lovely. Also, you can follow me on Instagram at Psychic Cindy 2022. All is well. And if you wanted to book a private reading with me, you could either do that through my Facebook page or you could email me at psychicmediumcindy@gmail.com. All right, so we have Kristen in Massachusetts. Kristen, are you ready?
Hello. Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
Are you doing mediumship at all?
I can, if you like. Yeah, sure.
I would love to know who is around me.
Who is around you? All right.
I'm told that I'm surrounded by light and that I'm surrounded by stars and that there are several spirit guides that are around me all the time. And I would love to know who's close to me right now.
Okay. So you feel them and sense them around you?
Yes.
That's a lovely feeling, isn't it?
Yes.
You always feel safe and loved when the spirits are around. Right?
True.
All right. Okay, Kristen. So first spirit that I'm sensing it is a male, actually.
Okay.
And this could be like a father, grandfather kind of figure, you know, uncle,
okay,
somebody like that. Possibly somebody that died a little bit younger, I'm feeling. Maybe 50s or 60s. You know, somebody like that?
Possibly.
Okay. Maybe somebody that knew you when you were a child, I feel.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't have a lot of time, but whoever this person is somebody that, you know, cared about you, was in your life when you were younger, right? And when they passed away, sort of kind of became your guardian angel. So in the sense of, you know, they were like, oh, you know, I'm going to watch out for her. I really love Kristen and, you know, I'm going to take care of her on the other side. And that's exactly what he's doing. He is quite smiley right now, but kind of serious when he first came to me, but he's like quite smiley now. So I feel that he's been there for a long time. Like, you know, in spirit world, they don't have time, but I can kind of tell by how comfortable they are, how quickly they've passed on. So whoever the spirit is, along with taking care of you, he's definitely taking care of other people, other family, other friends. I think maybe even bigger than that, maybe even bigger in the collective. Because he seems like a purposeful spirit, like he's somebody that is quite busy.
Do you have an initial?
I don't have an initial.
Do you have a symbol?
You know what? I see him in a suit. But that could be a suit that he was buried in, right?
Okay.
Or it could have been somebody who wore a suit. I feel like he's like a tall, handsome man. You know what I mean? Like if that's the way I was going to describe him, I would be like probably in his 50s, maybe in his 60s, but he looks, you know, he looks good. Like he's presenting to me, of course, is looking really good because they do that. He's a man in service. I don't know if he was in the military or police or
service to God.
Pardon me?
Service to God.
Service to God? Like like you're thinking like a reverend or something?
No, I had an uncle that was very involved with his church, and he just was. His motto was "Frog, fully rely on God."
Whoever this person is, they're definitely very content on the spirit side and definitely helping other people. So I would not be surprised if this is the person. The fact that he is wearing a suit and looks quite like handsome and is quite like strong and poised does give me like the impression that, you know, this is probably who it was, because not only was he, you know, loved by his family, he was also loved by a lot of other people.
Yes.
Do you have any children?
I do.
Okay, so he's just showing me children, so he's like watching over your children. I would reach out to this guy because I get like this really strong feeling that he, like you say, that he has this presence and he like this, took care of people in his church. He likes to take care of you. He wants to take care of your children. He's so loving in such an honest way,
Yep, that would be him.
That would be him. So reach out to him if you need any guidance or you need any support, because he's there for you. He loves you. You're kind of like the apple in his eye. Does that make sense to you? He's just like, he's all lit up now. Yeah, he's like all lit up now, right? Well, they get excited when they come through. But he's just like, he's smiley and loving, and he's very proud of you.
Is he with my dad?
Is he with your dad? He's with a lot of people. He's got as the reading goes on, I see him with more and more people on either side of him, which tells me.
He was my dad's best friend.
Oh, he's definitely with your dad. There is no doubt. And see if I can bring your dad in. I don't know how much time we have, but I can try to. Did your dad pass away within the last couple of years? 2 or 3 years?
Within 10.
Within 10, okay. He was younger, passed away too, hey?
He was 80.
Oh, okay. No, not younger. All right. Not the right person. Different spirit altogether here. Okay. Did you know anybody else that was a bit younger that has passed away?
My cousin James.
Your cousin James. Okay. All right. So
he was in his 50s.
Sorry? I only have 1 minute left, Kristen, but I will tell you that definitely James came through. I believe your father is there, but he's probably just in the background. I don't have time to bring him through. So I don't know what your relationship is with James. I feel that James maybe died of a heart attack because I was getting chest pain here, or maybe something to do with his lungs.
James had cancer.
He had lung cancer?
I'm not sure.
Not sure? Okay. Anyway, another loving soul, definitely with your uncle and definitely with your dad. But it was so great. Thank you so much for calling in this evening. I really appreciate you letting me bring in your departed loved ones. They're beautiful, and definitely reach out to them. Just confirmation that at least there's 3 of them there, but there is many more, because as the reading goes on, just more and more come by their side, which is just so beautiful. So thanks a lot. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So thank everybody for joining me tonight. And like I said earlier, you can follow me on Facebook at Psychic Medium Cindy, or on Instagram at Psychic Cindy 2022. And I do free readings on my Facebook Live, so I'd love to do a reading for you. Have a great night, everybody.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday. Oh my gosh, thank goodness, huh? I like this day, middle of the week day, that we can just join up and ignore the world for a bit and tune in to each other. And so welcome to Psychic Radio, A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV. And I'm your guide for the next 30 minutes. I'm Bernice Bisson. You can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. That's BISSON. And I am in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And let's get started. We're going to start with the astrology at the top. Astrology is my superpower, my absolute favorite tool that I work with when I work with clients. And just a couple of key things this week, because I don't want to bore you with a bunch of planets, but we had that new moon in Pisces, which was a reset button in sort of our creative, passionate endeavors. And it's the beginning of a trigger over the next 6 months that passions and creative endeavors and visions that you might have popped up over the last, say, 4 or 5 days. And this next 2 weeks are really powerful in terms of maybe new directions. And it's followed up by a really powerful full moon lunar eclipse in Libra on the 25th, which is about harmonizing and removing blocks that what feels like are blocks, or maybe you're held back, or maybe you just need to be patient, or maybe something feels stalled, particularly with us being in the shadow of this Mercury retrograde in April. It's meant to remove blocks. It's meant to give space and time for things to kind of funnel through and things to kind of funnel through that energy so we don't jump to conclusions. And so just know that, and to be patient and use this time for creative visioning. I'm painting like a crazy person. I'm painting and painting and painting. And it's all this channeled emotional energy, and I'm not really putting limits on it. And that's part of what's in the sky in terms of Saturn being sort of silent in the back. But we do have some Mars-Uranus energy. Expect the unexpected. You're closing a chapter over the next 4 months, literally starting right now today, which is, I believe, March 12th. As we go forward, we are closing a 2-year chapter. If we go back to 2018, welcome. We're about to close that. So it feels pretty good there. Now, what does that mean for each of us? And Mars, Mercury, and Uranus kind of coming together. Could be back and forth with negotiations. The whole goal is peace and harmony. But for each of the signs, let's start with Aries. Aries, we're going to take messages from the universe today. Any stressful situation is almost coming to an end. We are sending positive energy, financial help, miracles, and life-changing blessings your way. Yeah, Aries. Yeah, good for you. You're healing your, what they call the chironic wound. And that asteroid is making us all reflect on our chironic wound. And so let's keep going. We're going to go to our Tauruses. We've got Taurus in the house. In your journey, there will be times when you feel lost, confused, lonely, and angry. These are times of transition. You won't feel those emotions forever. You are transitioning to a better, stronger version of yourself. Shed away those unneeded layers and keep growing. Keep growing there, our little Tauruses, because that Uranus, Mercury, Mars energy, with them being in your 11th and your 12th houses, it's going to impact you pretty big there with that Uranus angle. And letting you shed things that really aren't serving you anyway. Okay, Gemini. Every situation in life is temporary. So when life is good, make sure you enjoy and receive it fully. When life is not so good, remember that it will not last forever and better days are on the way there, Gemini. And again, this could be your sun, moon, or rising. I do use traditional Western astrology, whole house astrology. And if you like to follow that, you can certainly follow me on Facebook. I don't have any other social media. So, or you can just go to my website and tune in to A1R Psychic Radio for me every Tuesday. Yeah. Okay, Cancerians, your message from the universe. This new chapter in your life is going to require a new way of seeing things, a new way of seeing yourself. You can't continue to see or interpret things with the same understanding that you have until now. No matter what you face or how you feel about it, you'll see things from a higher perspective. Your shift in perspective, that's pretty powerful, Cancerians. Our Leos, now, our fixed signs are going to feel this the most, but Leos, Aries, Aquarians, Scorpios, and Tauruses are definitely going to feel this energy these next 10 days the most. Now let's go to Leo. Sorry, if you frequently give yourself permission to doodle, wander, and be totally unproductive, you actually relish such interludes. I can guarantee that your genius, creativity, and productivity will increase exponentially. That could come through your work, Leos, or your partners. Virgos, message for Virgos. We've got no act of kindness is ever wasted. Some of the kindest people you'll ever meet have been through hell and back themselves. That strengthens their compassion and empathy. If this describing you, keep being the beautiful soul that you are. Oh, look at you, Virgos, in service to others who've hurt like you've hurt. Maybe you're feeling that with this beautiful Pisces energy. On your house of partnership or your seventh house there is pretty big, pretty powerful. Libras, if you're feeling stuck in any area of your life, whether it's in a relationship or job or just a situation, ask yourself, what is stopping me from leaving? Yes, leaving is scary, but sometimes it's the right step to take. Be brave. Spirit is right there beside you. I love that for our Libras and decisions. And of course, that lunar full moon, that lunar eclipse full moon that's coming March 25th is certainly, could be a blind spot, could be a block removed, could be something falling away or something that comes unexpected. Pretty powerful for you, Libras. Scorpios, our sassy Scorpios. Your message is, I need you to get excited again. I need you to remember you're not in this thing alone. I'm working on your challenges. I'm already assigned angels to you. So let go of the stress and just trust me. I've got a pretty incredible ending in store. In fact, that's why you need to get excited again, because the happy ending I got coming is going to rock your world. Oh, Scorpios, big stuff there for you guys. Then we go into our little Sagittarians. Okay, Saggies, let's see what's up. If people are gossiping about you or spreading rumors, don't fall for it. Ever. No one is worth lowering your vibration for. Let it move through you. See what it is. See it for what it is, which is a reflection of their own pain rather than the result of your actions. And maybe just having to deal with people who just are just rubbing you the wrong way this next 10 days. Sages, and remember just to be patient, that maybe the reaction's coming from a place of pain. Maybe your reaction's coming from a place of pain. Okay, Capricorns, your message is love yourself more by saying no to things that feel draining and burdening for you. Oh, right. Oh, my moon is in Capricorn. I was yes. Saying no when you want to say no instead of saying yes to please other people is a real act of self-love, Capricorns. Let's remember that. And then we've got Aquarians. Focus on what is important to you. Don't give your time or energy to your worries, as this would only amplify them. Focus on what matters to you most. With every thought, you are creating your future. And that is for Aquarians. And this is a time where you have power in your vision, your ideas, things you want to create. So some pretty powerful energy there for you. Then I go to Pisces. All right. Pisces, we've got, don't worry, everything you've been waiting for is on its way. Progress is being made, even if you can't yet see the results. So much is happening behind the scenes for the creation of your dreams. Trust the process, Pisces. Yeah, especially with Saturn sort of going, structures are released. So this is a time for expressive art, expressing your creativity and your ideas. Your visions have value. I love it. Thank you to A1R Psychic Radio for having me on. And I love to read people, and that's the other part of what I love to do. And so we're going to go to our first caller, and we have Zoe from Fort Worth, Texas. Zoe.
Hi.
Hello, this is Bernice Bisson. I'm a psychic medium from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And I'd like to spend a few minutes with you and see where I can be helpful. Where can I be helpful?
Yes, ma'am. I was just going to look at a general reading.
Oh, I love those. Let's go a bit deep into what the universe has in store for you. Okay, do you mind just sharing your day and month of your birthday?
Yes, July 5th.
Oh, my little Cancerian. Okay, July 5th. So I'm going to say there's going to be some decisions around people's house and home. You might become responsible, like your responsibilities might even go beyond your own house, beyond where you are. You might have another house or another home, other people in other homes needing to take care of something there. There could be the discussion of even maybe moving someone's parent, moving someone, and the discussion of moves even into late this summer. So I think 2024, you're going to get people's houses in order, Cancerian. You're going to get families, your own house, your own financial house. Things are going to get in order. It feels like very much so around home, house, and property, and including finances. And so I feel like this is going to be a very stabilizing force. I feel like the best energy for this even starts to show up this month, even around the 21st when we hit Aries and this beautiful Aries energy going right into your birthday coming, that there could be some really some decisions presenting themselves that over this next 2 months to a year you'd be taken care of. And I do feel like there's going to be where there's been endings. And I know in life we always go through endings, but there's the birth of a child showing up somewhere in your family. And it's a young adult somewhere right around you that you're going to hear maybe in the next 4 months or so. I keep getting a really important date in September. I don't know, the 16th, the 21st of like September. September keeps showing up in my head that there is, even before then, I feel like June and September are important. So a couple of things. Someone's getting accepted. They're getting accepted into a program. They're getting accepted into the job. Like they're getting accepted. There's a yes, and it comes with an interview, an application, and there's a yes. And then the second thing is that there's, I don't know, the birth of a little pipsqueak and a little child that's coming. And I feel like where there's one, there really should be four at some point. Anyway, well, I don't think they're multiplying that quickly, but it's something showing up with that. There is, Spirit keeps telling me there might be a decision on a dog coming around you, as odd as that kind of feels, but it could even be maybe the opportunity for a dog showing up, a dog coming in. And I feel like there's something about that shows up even by August or the next 8 months, a decision on a dog. I do feel like part of the maybe property, home, and family, there's a man, I'm supposed to tell you, with some health tests, health issues, health things that he's going to get through. And I feel like if I think of your mom and your mom's family, this man keeps popping up that there's something about some health issues and he'll get through them. And you might even hear about that. And it shows up in his upper body, his shoulder, lung, arm, something about that. And I feel like you might even know about this coming up. They keep saying April to me, so I feel like it's around the corner, but whatever is going on, I feel like they're going to be okay. They're getting through it. I feel like you've got all these responsibilities on your shoulder. Sorry, kid. I wish I can say you're going to win a bunch of money, but I feel like all these responsibilities will free you up for the fall. Come fall, for some reason, the fall of this year, you're freed up all day. You're freed up. You I don't know. There's something about all these responsibilities have been sorted by then. So I do think that the rubber's going to hit the road in about a week and carry forward in a good way. And then I do think that you're in Texas. I'm going to say there's going to be some travel for you coming that could bring you more north. More north or something than where you are. And I feel like, don't worry, it's good travel. It's a good trip, but it might even be a part of what you're resolving over the next little bit. Has everything to do with this trip or the timing of it. So anyway, it does turn out to be okay. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sending so much love to you and your family. And I'm going to just say lots of blessings. And thank you for spending some time with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Natasha in Bristol, England. Natasha.
Hi.
Oh, how wonderful. Thank you for joining me. My name is Bernice Bisson. I'm a psychic in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And how can I be in service to you today?
Just a general read, please.
Oh, that sounds perfect. Let's begin with your birthday. What's the day and month of your birthday?
10th of February.
Well, my little Aquarian, 10th of February is what I heard. If I may, this is going to be, so I'm going to start with the next few months and then go into the next year or so for you. The next few months, there's something really important about your where you are living, who's in and out of your house, people maybe coming to stay, people maybe coming to rely on you, coming to lean on you a little bit, my beautiful Aquarian. I also keep seeing you might deal with nurses and doctors, could be on behalf of someone right around you. And I feel like just in the day-to-day tests of things or the day-to-day of things, there's something, and that's okay. I feel like it feels like more like you're going to organize it for people, or it's going to get organized. And if I thought of you directly, my beautiful Natasha, they keep bringing me to your feet, to just be mindful about your feet and your lower back. Okay, just you might be walking a lot, you might have a lot, like there's something about that. Just otherwise, I feel like the dealing with nurses and doctors, and that might be on behalf of someone. There is something very much that keeps sort of popping in for me around your money, and that you're going to get very focused on your income and your money in this next little bit. I don't know if it's about taking on extra work or addressing your day-to-day financial needs, but there's something that's going to shift, particularly in May, the month of May, and it has to do with your income. And it has to do with, it's not like a big, I wish it was a big, pool of money, but I feel like it shows up, in a regular check, or it shows up in there's an increase to what you're bringing into your house. And I feel like you're going to be able to breathe easier as we get even into the July, August. There's something about your finances that seem to increase in a regular kind of way. And I'm even going to say, starting May, going forward into, maybe kind of permanently. So that feels pretty good. There's, And it might be that, I don't know that you have to negotiate it or beg for it. It could be a raise. It could be an additional per diem or payment or something you're just securing. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. And yay for you in terms of being able to solidify, because I feel like it's this money that is coming for you is good. It's good. But I feel like maybe you're going to be responsible with it. And you're not going to just go, I'm just spending money like a maniac. You're going to be, I'm going to take a draw, or I'm going to be really managing it in a way so that I don't feel the pressure of life financially. So that makes me very happy. There is, you know, I don't know. I get the sense that you may get an invitation to Canada. I don't know why. I don't know. Well, not for me, but hey, if you're ever here, come see me. But I don't know. There might be news from Canada or an invitation to visit Canada. As odd as that sounds, that could pop up within 2 year mark. Not, I don't know about this particular year, but between 25 and 26, you might actually have the opportunity to travel this way in some way. And I feel like that's very positive.
Yeah.
There might be something about you signing papers, about where you live. You might sign these documents, I don't know, like picking it, or you're like saying, I want to live here and I'm signing my name, or I'm solidifying something about my house. And this is going to be very positive for you. And boy, oh boy, I got to say something kind of crazy, Natasha. You might have, even since you're a little girl, always thought about your security. And I just feel like now at this point in your life, there's something about it really coming together for you. And that feels very positive.
Yeah.
Also, I'm supposed to share the message from Spirit that you are not alone and you are loved. And all those times that you talk to them, they've heard you. And that it feels like there's 3 people who in the last just few years have exited. And just know that you are very much appreciated and loved for everything, all the time or all the effort you put in and gave up. And almost like you might be in a place right now where you're feeling, now what, or what now? And just know that this is just a time for you to just be still and really think about what actually makes you happy, what makes you happy, because I feel like you put that on the back burner for a few years, or you put that to the side. And you're very appreciated by Spirit for that, because they saw that, and they saw all the times you were asking for things to work out. And in that times you might have asked for, I hope they have better health. I hope. And what Spirit's saying is, now just ask for you. Now just ask for you. You don't have to ask that anymore. And that I feel like you're like a little bird in Spirit's hand, you know, and the Spirit's just like, you're okay, little bird. And you're like, I don't know where to fly yet. I don't know where to fly yet. I don't know where to go. And Spirit's like, I'm going to bring kind people your way. And I feel like it's going to sound kind of funny, but you're going to have kind people that are going to come around you where you live, like neighbory kind of people, you know? And I feel like that's going to be really important, because maybe you find some happiness there. Maybe that's the whole point about where you're living, or the village you're living in, or the neighborhood you're kind of in. And, you know, the message I keep hearing in my mind is like, don't sweat the small stuff, because I feel like you've had to do that, like all the details of that. And now that void you might be feeling is only because you had to let go of everything and everyone. And just know, and you are loved. Just know that you're not alone. I know it sounds odd, but the image of roses in containers, like flowers in containers and sitting outside, and the image of driving in the country, but you're not driving, you're like the passenger, you know? And lovely trips where you can sit in silence and just sit in the car as it drives, you know. I feel like part of this, the letting go, there was something about maybe you had been feeling a bit bad because you really, in some ways, felt, oh my gosh, when is everything when's the bottom gonna fall out? Or when did all the bottoms fall out? And it didn't, honey. Even if it felt like it did, I felt like Spirit, like you're like that little bird in Spirit's hands, and like it didn't fall out for you. I'm right here. And I now think you're going to have all these lovely people coming in your life that are kind of what I call earth angel helpers, and bringing you into a new circle of people, friends, things because now you're like, and I mean this with love, Natasha, but in my mind, you're now like this little girl again, and making new friends at a new school, you know, like, a little scared, but okay. And you have everything you need, just like as a little kid with your lunch thing, you know, your lunch for the day, and you're kind of stepping in this new exciting world. And that's how I actually feel about it a little bit, is that there's a bit of some new, and it's going to come through community, neighbors, groups, those friend circles that are kind of around you. And then I just keep getting the sense that where you live in England, I feel like there's people who live away, another country, and you're going to be traveling away, possibly even off the continent. And I just feel like that's going to show up for you within 2 years. And again, your world kind of opens up there.
Yeah.
I have 2 minutes. So is there a burning question I can leave you with, or do you want me just to keep being me and just telling you what I'm telling you here?
Just tell me what you're telling me.
Okay, girl. Okay. I'm going to also thank you, because I just wanted to say, I keep getting the sense that there's a real sisterhood, women that are like sisters, that I feel like one is going to make you go out of your comfort zone. And you're going to say to her, oh, you know, you always make me do the hard things, or you always make me try the new things. And I feel like you have a couple women are like that. And you're going to say, you know, you always make me be brave. And, oh, you know, you're always making me be brave. And you have these two ladies that are right around you. And I'm going to say one is really there to make you step out of your comfort zone. And I do think you'll even get the invite to travel to another country. And I'm going to say it is, I just feel like you're stepping into some new shoes in some way, and it feels absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And thank you. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for picking me as your psychic today.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, if you want to find me, and you've been listening today, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I read in my studio full-time here in Winnipeg. I read on video. I read a number of different things, and I do psychic and medium work together. And I always kind of mix it up. So if you like that kind of content, you like that kind of readings, you can certainly find me here at A1R Psychic Radio. And we will definitely see you guys for our next Psychic Tuesday in 7 days. You have a wonderful week, and we'll see you again.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guide to Light with Martina Billig. Live from guidetolight.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guide to Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone from the sunny Gold Coast of Australia. It's Martina Billig and welcome to the Guide to Light show. I'm so happy that you're joining us today. So I am taking a caller today, but until we get that caller, I'd love to talk with you about clairsentience. Clairsentience, the psychic ability or clear feeling, is all about us feeling emotionally or physically outside of our normal perception. So we can tune in medically to people's bodies. We can tune in emotionally to people's bodies. We can tune into all sorts of things that happen to people's bodies, good or bad. Developing this sense is very easy. It's actually our most basic psychic sense. Well, that's my belief. Just think when you're a little kid and you know that you're in trouble and you get that feeling of impending doom. That itself is clairsentience because you sort of know what's going to happen and you feel that feeling in your stomach. So the solar plexus chakra is what's connected to our clairsentience and our heart chakra. Just think about when someone's argued in a room and you've entered in and you can feel that argument still in the air. That is our clairsentience acting at its peak. So when we learn to use this beautiful gift, we can be more understanding, more empathetic. We can feel what other people are feeling. And so we can come from a place of a more heightened awareness as to why people do things. There's also the medical intuitive side. So our clairsentience can give us ideas about what's going on in somebody's body. So there may be some issues within their body. Things might not be going very well in their body. And you must always tell people you're not a trained medical professional unless you are. But sometimes we can bring awareness to an area that might need an extra scrutiny for things that are going on within that person's body. Now, I like to teach clairsentience to start off with my psychic students because I think that it's a very easy ability to come out. So in saying that, there's all sorts of different little ideas that you can do, but we're just going to move into a caller and I can go on to that after. So I would love to see. Here we go. We've got Katie in Walker, Minnesota. Hello, Katie.
Hi.
Hi, darling. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm very good. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for calling in. And how can I help you today?
Just looking to get a general reading.
That sounds perfect. How about we start with some tarot cards and some oracle cards, Katie?
Perfect.
Wonderful. All right, let's bring through something. I'm going to take this ring off. I didn't realize it was a pain. Let's see what you need to know right now. Okay, I'm just going to set the intention to bring through a beautiful, clear reading for you, Katie. What do you need to know about right now? Okay, so I've got 9 of Wands, 7 of Pentacles, and the 4 of Pentacles reversed. Okay, so this is telling me that you're in a bit of a growth period where you're looking at something you've built up, and I believe it's to do with finances. Would you be would you understand that you're saving for something at this point in time?
What was that?
I've got the 7 of Pentacles here, which is indicating to me that you're in a process of saving up for something or preparing for something to come. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Beautiful. So in the past section, Katie, what I've got here is the 9 of Wands. This has been going on for quite a while that you've been preparing for this, and you're in a position of thinking, have I done enough to get to where I need to go? Would you understand that, darling?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to tell you, Katie, is we've got the 4 of Pentacles reversed, which indicates to me, this is in your possible future section, darling, that there's still those feelings of insecurity of having just the right amount of what you need to get to where you want to go. But what I am seeing is that you've actually got a really good backing behind you. And I feel like that there's a lesson that's come from this saving that is really going to carry on for the rest of your life. Like you've really learned some really good strategies or techniques on how to get it done. And I feel like it might have been a bit of a struggle in the past to be able to do that. However, you've kind of mastered it. And I feel that there is going to be some celebration coming up around the mid of this year. I'm feeling that there's something like an announcement, or I feel like there's a finality to what you've been doing, and I feel like that things are going to come to pass and there'll be reason to celebrate for you, darling.
Well, that's awesome.
That is really good, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Now, what else am I also saying? Also, I want you to consider this too, darling. I want you to keep those strategies that you've used for saving, because I feel like they could just go right out the window very quickly if you're not mindful of them.
Okay.
Happens to me all the time. But I just feel like once this sort of announcement or this thing that has come to pass, it'll make things feel like things will be easy again, but just keep those strategies and those lessons in place that you've learned.
Okay.
Okay, let's bring up some more cards for you. Okay, let's see what's happening in April, May, and June for you, darling. Would you be happy to do that?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. April, May, June. Okay, so excuse me. Oh, we've got some major arcana. Shivers, you got lots of stuff going on here. This is good. You're going to be a busy bee. So in April, things are going to feel really like you haven't got control of them, darling, but don't worry, you have, okay? There's just going to be a lot going on for you. You have got the strategies and you've got the skills in place to be able to handle a lot of things at once. It's just going to come from all angles, okay? My advice to you is just to hold on to your finances, hold on to them extra tight, okay, and just know that there's going to be growth from doing that, okay? So no silly spending, and just watch out for buying the luxuries. But there's just going to be a lot of different things that come at you that are going to be trying to encourage you to, you need to get this or you need to get that. Just really pull it in and draw it in tight and just hold fast, okay, for April.
Sounds good.
Okay, going into May. Now, May, we have the Wheel of Fortune reversed and we have the Seven of Pentacles reversed. Now, this is telling me that things that were meant to be happening in May, there may be a slight delay and things are going to be turned on their head a little bit, but I want you just to hold fast. This is the message I'm getting through all of this, is to hold fast. It's on a cycle. So what goes up will go down, but it will come around. There's actually a bit of spiritual energy around you in May, and I feel like there might be some connections with other family members or close friends. There might be some sort of a gathering happening. There's going to be a lot of people around you. I've got the Seven of Pentacles reversed that are going to be actually looking at how far you've come, and they're quite proud of you. They're really proud of you with how far you've come. And I feel like there's a bit of a story you're going to be telling them about what you've had to put into place to get to where you are. So with that Wheel of Fortune, there is going to be a big turn for you in May, and it's just going to go up, down, and then back up again, okay? So just hold on, all right? Hold fast.
Okay.
It's coming for you. Okay, May, where we go? May, June. So now this is happy days. June, this is what I was saying, mid-year for you, darling. So we've got the World card and we've got the Ace of Cups. Overwhelming, emotional, beautiful things coming for you, darling. Your cup will be filled. You've got the World card. That thing has come to its finality and has come to its end, my sweetheart. And you're going to be quite happy there. All that, you can see that the same spiritual energy around you there where it's reversed. It's come up the right way for you, okay? And you're going to be in a really good cycle. It's like you're entering into a new cycle of your life. And I see really robust happiness, and I see a lot of beautiful connections around you. So things settling down between relationships and that around you. With that Ace of Cups, we've got that overflowing love and lots of things to fill your cup with. So I do feel like there's like a nice gathering of love around you. So this could be friends, family, people that you usually spend your time with, sweetheart. Really good. June's your month.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to June.
Good on you, darling. Well, you put it on your calendar. Let's bring out some oracle cards for you. Okay, so let's see what we can do to get you on a really aligned path for the next few weeks. What can you do to get onto that nice aligned path to help set things in place for you? Okay, so we've got gratitude leads to abundance, and engage your heart to heal. So what this is telling me, sweetheart, is that there's a bit of a healing process going on, probably, and I'm feeling into this, it's with other people. There may have been some miscommunication or misunderstandings there. I want you to really look into yourself, and I want you to be able to move forward by healing your heart first. So if you've been hurt from this situation, I want you to really heal your heart first before engaging with that person and trying to smooth that out. It'll all work itself out, but your gratitude will lead to abundance. So I'm feeling like you might be struggling with a few things at this point in time, but I want you to just look at the beautiful things that are happening for you, and I want you to really focus on them. And that's like when you go to sleep at night, it's like counting your blessings. Count your blessings that you've got a warm blanket, count your blessings that you've got electricity. All these certain things will build into bigger things for you, my darling.
Okay. Yeah, that was anything else I can...
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm here to help, baby.
Appreciate it.
I haven't got much time, so I'm going to let you go, my sweetheart, but I really want to thank you so much for today, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you for the call.
So welcome, Katie. Bye-bye, darling. Okay, so everybody, please don't forget to add me on Facebook under Martina Billick, Psychic Mentor, or go to my website, www.guidebylight.net. If you would like to book, make a booking with me, I've opened my booking portal. I've got some really cool things going on. I've started doing Akashic record readings as an offering now, which I'm absolutely loving. Also, keep your eye out on my page. I am releasing a wonderful signature psychic mentorship course, and the student that I've been teaching right now is already doing absolutely amazing things. And I just think that if you keep your eye on my page, you'll see that sometimes I do free readings on lives, and I'm always here to answer your questions. So shoot them to me, and I'm happy to pull a card. Thank you so much. Bye.
Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you for joining me today or whenever you are listening. I appreciate it. So on today's show, we're going to go ahead and talk a little bit about the energy for the week, what we might want to know to be prepared ahead of time, and get some angel and spirit-led messages. So we are going to have a full moon in Virgo at the end of this week. And Saturn is near the full moon that's taking place, which can bring slightly heavier energy sometimes. So things will start to feel lighter soon after the full moon, if you're feeling that. But it can bring some lessons that can come up for you. It doesn't necessarily mean that will happen, but it's just something to be aware of. So this is a time that's coming up to shed past dramas. So sometimes the full moon can bring up more volatile emotions to the surface. You know, conflicts from the past might present themselves to you, or you might just be thinking about them more lately. So being mindful of your thoughts, which will allow you to release them and to not hold on to them. And in doing this, you won't be as likely to take it out, whether it be on yourself, whether it be projecting it onto other people. So, you know, taking it out on yourself could look like emotional eating or excessive numbing of emotions or negative self-talk. And all this can lead to some unhealthy patterns if we engage for too long in this. Sometimes these are, you know, patterns that we can get into without really realize it when they're happening. But just being mindful of it and what is coming up for this, it's always a good idea to do that. So doing this can look like writing things down when they're coming up for you. And this is going to help release it. It's going to help it become more aware. And this is really simple shadow work, which is really important. Being on the spiritual path, this is the kind of stuff that shadow work that we do, and it actually really helps us be able to step into our spiritual gifts as we release, heal, and grow and evolve. And just becoming, you know, mindful instead of denying our emotions, instead of suppressing them. And so you can take a few minutes on a daily basis to kind of de-stress. And that's always a good idea. But, you know, meditate to kind of just take longer than normal, deeper breaths. Doing a body scan, maybe feeling where your body feels a little bit more tense, a little bit more tight, you know, releasing with an exhale and sitting in silence and just kind of noticing what's on your heart and not judging it, not making it mean anything, but just noticing it, just allowing it to be, and holding space for yourself and kind of supporting yourself and being there for yourself. This can be done on a daily basis, and it doesn't have to take hardly any time at all, or you can take longer if you want to, but it's just a great way to distress. And, you know, stress comes up pretty regularly, you know, at times for people. And so if you just take a minute a day, a couple times a day to tap into this peaceful energy, because that peaceful energy is a part of you. It's always there within you. Okay. Things can just kind of get overshadow it in a way. So it's about going back within and reconnecting to that. And yeah, just doing it a couple times a day if you want. Releasing, this is a great way to release that I was talking about. And, kind of that heavier energy, things that might trigger you, it can help you from engaging in conflicts or projecting onto other people and that type of thing. So some of the cards I pulled for this to get some spirit messages. Now, I love it when spirit does this because these came out after I tapped into the energy for that first part. And we have focus, take a breath, and then communicate. Okay. And so, you can't really make this stuff up with how this kind of came out, but so here you are focusing, okay, being mindful of how you feel, like we were just saying. That can be really quickly. It can just go by in a flash. So it's about picking up on it, especially if you find yourself becoming more and more agitated a little right afterwards, going back and seeing what you were just thinking about. But we want to catch that stuff quickly when we can. And then here you are with the take a breath card, and you're doing that meditation or just connecting to those peaceful stillness that is always within us. Kind of getting out of your own way and releasing some of that stuff you're carrying. Releasing it out of your aura, out of your energy. And, sure, it can come up again another time because sometimes stuff happens in layers, and that's fine, that's normal. However, it just really helps you to put you in this state of feeling lighter, feeling more balanced, more aware of your own stuff. And then from that beautiful balanced energy, then we go in and have communication. And this helps prevent conflicts, and it helps things be much more understood in their own alignment instead of miscommunication and that type of thing as well. Okay. Now with the moon, we've got yin moon with this other card here. 1 second. Accepting help. This is another big important piece of the puzzle here, because here you're in a state of being open and receptive and allowing others and the universe to give to you what you need, maybe extra help, maybe some love, maybe some support, whatever it is that you need. And this is kind of releasing resistance. So now we're no longer in a state of resisting what is coming up. We're not resisting, what happened. We're releasing it instead of resisting it. And so anytime we're feeling burdens from the past coming up, which definitely can come up with the energies at play, which is why I'm bringing it up. That kind of stuff that came up before, probably wasn't even your fault. And then, some of you, I was picking up energies where some of you may not have really been allowed to be yourself growing up, having that self-expression. You may have felt stifled. So that could be like you weren't allowed to go out with your friends that you really wanted to, or, you may have had too much responsibility and that type of thing. And maybe you felt left out. But whatever it is, some of you may have gotten too much criticism growing up as well as not enough encouragement. So the energy in your environment could have felt heavy at times. And I think, people go through that at different times in their life, not everybody, but there could have been disrespect given to you. And then in some way you kind of could have gone into relationships later on down the road where you were kind of repeating those types of things. So, just kind of like your free spirit may have felt a little trapped where you wanted to be out in nature playing with the fairies. So the fairies were coming up too as well with this, because you have that natural free spirit about you and that beautiful inner child does. And for some of you, you weren't really allowed to do that. And so that could be metaphorical as well as literal. But, you know, if there's this energy of old-fashioned things that were kind of placed on you where kids couldn't really be kids enough, then that can really affect you and what it is that you really feel that you're allowed to bring in your life when it comes to goals, when it comes to healing and manifesting and kind of living a life that is more joyful, more creative, and this limitless, unbound, pure potential that is available to all of us to tap into and bring in more happiness, more abundance, and, you know, just kind of letting go of beliefs that really aren't serving you. So those antiquated belief patterns that you may have projected on you, or that you just kind of like started believing because of the environment that you may have been in. But whatever it is, you know, about your having the manifestations in your life that you're wanting to bring in, you are able to create something new and something different. And all of this stuff coming up at this time is a really great time to bring that stuff in. Okay, and then we have the light and the darkness, which the meaning of this card is ancestors, generational shift. So you're shifting from those generational patterns that may not be serving you anymore. And it's not to say that it didn't have a purpose at the time, because these kind of things really can build character, help you become, you know, a hard worker and that type of thing. But at this point, if there's some shifts that you want to make happen in your life, it's a really great time for that. And just becoming aware of and noticing those patterns. And then we have once was innocent. So this is that beautiful inner child healing. You know, knowledge means change. So being aware is that knowledge that's going to affect the way that stuff had on you, the effect it had on you. And this is, you know, empowering for yourself. You're able to take your power back and maybe do some cord cutting. I like to call in Archangel Michael for cord cutting. Cord cutting could be for anything, but it could be for beliefs that aren't serving you, to help kind of release them from your energy. So you can do that if you feel called to. You know, this is just for, you can take what resonates from this and, you know, be able to help yourself kind of feel a little bit more harmonious and balanced. Okay, so I hope that helps, and that is what I have for you today. If you want to check out what I have for readings and services, you can go to stan.store/mediumandrea, and you can always email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. But yeah, just have a beautiful week and have a great full moon. And just remember to not let the emotions get the best of you. But have a wonderful day, evening, and week. Thank you for joining me.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Reverend Maria Leggett, and I am coming live to you from Dayton, Ohio. Today is the day after my 55th birthday. So happy birthday to me. Whoop, whoop. Pisces are amazing human beings. We are naturally connected to all things water and psychic ability. So I love being able to do what I do for a living. Thank you, producer. I see a thing that comes across the screen that says, happy birthday. I truly love what I do. I love being able to help other people. And I have a beautiful new announcement that's going to be coming out on April 1st. If you are one of my email subscribers, you already know what it is. And I just am so excited and thrilled to do all the things that I do, being of service. Earlier today, I did a podcast record with Chuck Tuck from Amazing People, Amazing Things. And if you've never listened to his podcast, what an amazing human being, bringing light to so many different paths. And we talked today about how mediumship can help with the grieving path. And so if you are grieving or dealing with something very difficult, being able to seek out a medium is wonderful for you because it can help you to bring clarity and information to a situation that you may not understand. One of the things that I think is super important that we talked about today on Chuck's podcast that I'd also like to mention today is if you know someone in your life or love someone deeply who has passed away from a self-inflicted wound, whether it's suicide, however that is, it's important that all of you know that there was nothing that you could have done to have stopped that outcome. Every single soul that I have ever read who has committed suicide or chosen to take their life, whatever word is comfortable for you, they've all said to me, there was nothing that anybody could have done to have stopped me. And there were people who would have called them the same day, people who would have come over the same day. And of course, then we have people who hadn't seen them for a couple of weeks. There was nothing that you could have done that would have intervened to have stopped them from doing what they did. And so it becomes really important that we talk about this and we can release the guilt that is associated with so many people who may be struggling with this in their lives right now. And so I just want everybody to know that Spirit loves you. They are not mad at you. There's nothing to forgive. And they want you to know how much they appreciate the time that you spent in their lives. And with that, I would like to welcome Peyton to the show. Hi, Peyton. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How may I be of service to you today, Peyton?
To be honest, my mom just texted me saying I'll be getting a call and I got to answer it. So I don't really know.
It's always ominous when mom takes that call, gives that message and says, hey, you're going to get this text and you need to answer it.
Yeah, it really is, especially from her.
So is that really what you want to know about? Is there anything else that you're interested in?
I don't know. I've been really worried about me getting a new job and all because I can't really find anything that I really enjoy doing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just life.
So one of the things that I want to ask you, Peyton, I can hear Spirit very clearly saying, do you know what you really enjoy?
No, not really.
Exactly. And that's why you're having a difficult time finding a job that you enjoy, because Spirit's showing it to me as though it's almost like a confusion state for, I'm not really sure what it is that I like, so I don't know what to go for. And they're showing it to me as though you're applying for jobs that you feel are going to be easy peasy and they should be hiring me, but they're not. So you're getting very confused and frustrated with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so what your spirit team wants you to know is they're not coming to you because you have said, bring me a job that I'm going to enjoy and have fun with. However, if you're not really clear on what you enjoy and what you want, how can they bring you something that they're not sure what to bring you? So right now it becomes really important for you to start thinking about, what do I enjoy? I understand that we have bills to pay, that we have very certain things that we need to do in this life. At the same time, we also need to be able to enjoy it, or we can get really bored or upset with it and don't want to do it. So this is a great time right now because we are in the waxing moon. We just had the new moon a couple of days ago. And this is a really good time to sit down and start manifesting the job that we want in our lives. So Spirit is showing it to me as though it would be time to sit down with like a pen and paper and say, okay, these are the hours that I want to work. So that means if you don't want to work weekends, then find a job that's only Monday through Friday. If you don't want to work first shift, then say I only want a job that's second shift. And then you want to tell Spirit real clear what are the things that you want so that they can bring it to you. And that's going to help you to manifest more abundance, bringing more things into your life so that you can have all the things that you're searching for. They're showing it to me as though, I want to be able to have gas money to go where I want to go. I want to be able to go to the mall and buy what I want to buy. And I'm feeling very limited by these things right now. And so figuring out what's important to you outside of what someone else wants to tell you, this is what you have to do. And this can come from conditioning from our parents growing up in a house that says, well, this is what I think you'd be good at, and that's what you should do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So being able to let go of what mom thinks, what dad thinks, what any siblings think, and truly look inside of your heart, right? Look inside of your heart and say to yourself, what do I want? What do I want to do? What makes me truly happy on this earth? And think about the things that you enjoy doing. I mean, perhaps it's time for you to do, and this is something you might want to consider because Spirit's bringing this up for a reason. Perhaps you have a hobby that you like doing part-time, and it's something that you can do to make money from. I mean, when I first started doing this work, I started doing, tarot readings or oracle card readings just a couple of times a week, and it's turned into a full-time job for me. So look at something that you enjoy and say, okay, can I turn this hobby into a job so that you don't always have to work for someone else? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because Spirit's showing it to me as though you get really tired of having to punch a clock and show up on time. Because it's one of those things where being on time and having to be somewhere right at an exact time can be a pain in the butt sometimes. And that was me. I didn't like that either, which is why I like setting my own hours. And so Spirit's like, this would really help you to feel less restricted. Because they're showing it to me as though I want to say the typical jobs, right? In quotes, the air quotes, typical jobs are kind of too constricting for you. You like a little bit more freedom. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can think about doing things like, working for DoorDash, going and doing, rides, or you can start delivering things. I have a friend of mine who works for, I think it's DoorDash or Uber, and she absolutely loves what she does. The stuff that she posts on Facebook with the people that she meets are hysterical. It keeps all of us in stitches. And she truly loves being able to help people. And she does it all hours of the day, whatever she determines is her day that time. And she loves doing it. And that's not for everybody, but it's something that she enjoys. So finding a way that you can work for yourself while also receiving a regular paycheck at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So is there something particular that you enjoy doing that you think you'd be able to find abundance and a regular paycheck in?
See, I enjoy doing a lot of things, but I know I'm not good enough where it could, like, financially make a living off of, you know?
Well, but that's where you have to start switching your mindset. You may not think that you're good enough, but somebody else may. We are always our worst critic. And that's one of the things that you have to start shifting and changing in your manifestation. I am good at this. And you get better the more often that you do it. So you just have to lean into it and say, okay, I can do this. Empower yourself, believe in yourself. I can do X, Y, Z, whatever it is. Because they're showing me, and I don't know why, like I feel like I need to do stuff crafty with my hands. So I don't know if you would make little things or whatever it is, but I feel like my hands need to move. And Spirit's saying with more practice, things can get better. Does that make sense?
That totally makes sense because I absolutely love paint and, like, photography and all that stuff.
Perfect. And so you can start doing little things, right? Start taking little pictures and asking people, hey, listen, if I give you this picture, can you make a meme out of it, but give me credit for it? And then ask people to start posting it. Like, that's how you start getting your name out there, small ways, and lean on your friends, lean on your family. And then once these things start getting shared over and over, then you can start making your own, like a Facebook page to say, okay, here's my photography. Here are the things that I've done, my paintings. And then the more it gets shared, the more recognition you get. But your first step is for you to start doing it. Lean into it. Make a Facebook business page. Start posting. Invite all your friends to come like it. Invite all your family to come like it. And start putting your name out there and doing stuff and showing the universe, this is what I want to do. And then watch how Spirit continues to bring you business, to bring you people, to put you where you need to be, rather than always working for someone else, working for yourself and finding happiness in doing those things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is time for you to start believing in yourself. Don't say I can't. I want you to think about anything is possible and what you can do and how you can do it. And just lean into Spirit, right? New moon, manifest, write it all out. These are all the things that I want you to bring me, and then just start acting on it. Do one little single thing every day that you can do that's going to make a difference and get you to that point so that you start manifesting that life that you want and you deserve, so you can keep your freedom and be happy. And then, of course, keep mom satisfied at the same time, because, you know, moms have all these demands for being a normal person.
Mm-hmm.
Does that all make sense?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Peyton, for joining the show today. I really appreciate you. Thank you to everyone else who was on the show today for watching and for being here. I am so appreciative for each and every one of you. If you would like a book for learning how to lean into your intuition, go to marialeggett.com/freebies, FREEBIES, and you can sign up for my Signs and Symbols Intuition Guide. Thank you so much and have an amazing rest of your day. See you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, your host for a little bit, and we are going to do a fantastic reading tonight. I can just feel it. Thank you, everyone, for calling in and listening and supporting us all here. Thank you. Thank you all. So, yes, I am from Psychic Paths, and I am in Minnesota, but I am an international psychic, so distance does not get in the way. So I'm available on my website. So if you are interested in a reading with me, please look for the website and browse it and let me know you were there. So hello and welcome. So I think what I've been thinking about, my cat is going crazy. I think what I've been thinking about is spring, number one. I'm in Minnesota. It's like 18 degrees outside. But number two is how much the messages in our lives from very, very early on kind of mess us up without really meaning to. Giving us messages like we're not good enough or smart enough, or we need to suffer in some way for abundance. And I'm just going to really quickly, then get to the caller, really quickly tell you, you are a divine being and you have a birthright to all that is good. And I do believe that the higher power, the source, Heavenly Father, how you want to see him, does want you to have the very, very best. So I think it's a matter of first realizing that you are a divine being and it is inside of you. It's not all outside and it's not all inside. It's both. So with that, I'd like to welcome, is it Devin from Bloomington, Illinois? Hello.
Yes, it is. Hi, how are you?
Hi. Good. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. What can I help with you tonight?
I was hoping to possibly connect with my nephews.
Okay. How long ago did they pass?
Well, one of them was in 2019 and one of them was in 2020.
Okay. Let me see if they come through, okay?
Okay.
Spirit told me right away that you do talk to them.
All the time.
So that's what Spirit was telling me. So one is coming through. They didn't come together. They might come one at a time, but they're not walking through together. One is talking to me about winter and showing me winter.
Yeah.
Is that of some significance? Because he's really showing me a lot of cold and the snow, and I guess it was having some fun.
Yeah, he was a blizzard when he passed away.
Okay.
And ironically, we had a blizzard in the year as well. It was in March.
Oh, I'm so sorry for the loss. He's also showing me a house, and the house is very important to him. There's a sense of belonging, a sense of really being rooted somewhere. So was he with the family? Or was he buying a house? Or because he's letting me know that this house is
Well,
really
depending
important.
on which one it was, they both were. I have pretty good guesses which house you're speaking of. It was probably the house that we all lived in together at the time. We didn't live together when they passed, but that was our family home. Like there were 20 people there at any given time throughout the day, you know.
Okay.
But no, we did not live together.
It feels very homey. It feels like he's grounded. So I'm thinking it is what you said it was, because he feels just really at home. Like I'm here where I belong with, this home.
Right.
Right. So what was the distance? Because he's also showing me a distance. Like there was a distance to something.
Yeah. Well, the first nephew I lost was the older one, and our life path just kind of separated at the end. I was on my own bad path, and he was on his own bad path.
Oh, okay.
And, I've made it through, and he did not. So that's why the distance.
Let me see what else he has to say. He's trying to tell me that he did make some decisions he regrets. There are regrets, but there's no hesitation in him coming through, which is really good.
That means the world to me.
Yeah. Lately, I've been getting a lot of resistance from unfinished business, is what I call it. But he's not giving me that. He's kind of giving me, it is what it was. It was what it was. Kind of a feeling.
Right.
I was hoping he would give me something to give to you. So let's see what he gives me. Was he around your age? Because
he was 10 years younger than I was.
I feel like there's some kind of goofiness going on or some playfulness between the two of you.
My nephews were my best friends.
That's
they
what
were
it
my
feels
best
like.
friends. Yeah.
In one way, he's talking like he has a lot of sense. He's centered. He's grounded. But behind that, there was no grounding, and there was not a lot of sense. I think he knew how to talk the talk, but I think he was lost on how to do it, how to push and go through it. He's doing very, very well. Where he is in the light, he is in the light. He's showing me something with his right side. Did something happen to his right side? Because he's saying something happened to the right side of him.
Well, I don't know now which one you're talking about. Yes, there was something that did happen on the right. It might be my other nephew.
They might be mixing up their energy now, but I've only seen one.
And that's so funny. That's odd too. They were inseparable. They were like a year and however long it needed to be, like for her to get pregnant, that 6-week period, she got pregnant, So there's
I feel like that. I feel like that's just the way that they're coming through. And it's my mistake if I mix them up, but I feel like they wanted to come to you as individuals. They didn't want to come to you as two people. And I think that they're saying that that's significant for you, that there's two, but they come one at a time. The other
I
one.
wish I knew which one it was then.
I do see the other one coming through, and he's got a lot more heavier energy. There's a lot more. He seemed to be more intense with his feelings, or not so open. Maybe not so open with his feelings or his thoughts.
Yep, you're right. The older one would definitely want me to know that he was coming through as an individual, not as both of them.
Yeah,
and that means a lot to me because I haven't really gotten many signs from him, but I get him a lot from his brother, and him and I had history, So him letting me know that he's here individually means a lot,
That's what I think that they wanted to do. It feels like the older one is more serious, and the other one just seemed to just enjoy. There was a joy about him, the youngest one, where the older one was the thinker and the observer.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
And so the older one tells me that he was getting his stuff together. This is what he's telling me. He had plans. He realized what he had to do, and he was going to do it. And then something got him off track. Something just wiped him off track. I have 2 more minutes. And it was quick. He's showing me a fall where the other one makes me feel like it took more time. It was a slower passing where the older one is saying, no, I fell and I was gone. Well, I have a few more minutes. I want you to know that they're both in the light. They're both learning the things that they need to learn. They're both feeling very joyful and loved. And boy, do you have a lot of people on the other side, because they show me. It sounds like wow. A group, a large group.
Thank you
they're
for
all
saying
together.
that. Okay.
And
thank you
they
very
all
much.
love you. They're all sending their love. And
I'm sending it back.
there's an older lady that's saying she's very, very proud of you. She's kind of looks serious when she's saying it. An older lady is saying she's very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
You have a good night. All right.
You have a great night, and thank you so much for calling in.
No problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, everyone, again. I just love doing this. You guys have a great, great week, and I will see you again next week. Bye.
Clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I'm your host, John Capello, and we're delighted to be part of the #1 psychic radio network here on Moonstruck TV and Enlightening TV and a bunch of other places. So if you can't catch us online listening to us, then watch us a little bit later on Moonstruck TV. And while you're at it, just watch a bunch of our other shows too, because it's fun. We try to talk fancy here on the Psychic Side. We have a lot of fancy topics that you might not hear on other shows. And so I'm delighted to bring those to you. And I am a psychic medium from Texas, and I'm kind of an astrologer sometimes. And so today we want to talk a little bit more about astrology, and I'm going to talk about a topic that a lot of people don't know much about, and it's called the part of fortune. And it's one of those Arabic parts of the chart. And a lot of times you don't see it on your natal chart, but it's good to look it up. So I'm going to tell you how to find your part of fortune today, and go through it with you on the different signs, because it helps you with your lot in life. And so I looked mine up before the show, and I was astonished. But no, it's fun, and so I think that. You can use astrology to your benefit. It's like I ended the show class last week by saying it's a cheat sheet, and it's nice to know the aspects of your chart to help you deal with all of the challenges and lessons that need to be learned in this life. It's always good to just get that edge, and of course, developing your psychic abilities is very good too. You know, I talk a lot about psychic abilities, and tonight, by the way, we're having our 4th class in our spring series of psychic development. It's going to be on dreams. We're going to talk a lot about dreams. We've talked about dreams here on our program, but we'll go a lot more in depth with the class tonight. But with psychic ability, the psychic first sees the past, then the present. Sometimes the present is more prevalent because it's an energy that is more out there, but I say the past because that energy is more stable, you know. And then you see the present, and then you see a future, and that's where you can cheat by looking at astrology. Astrology sometimes gives you a heads up on a person's chart, or where they're headed, or what issues they're dealing with. I'm a fan of Saturn. But there are lots of other planets to look to. You have to find out the different areas of the chart of someone's natal chart, and see where Jupiter is, and of course where Saturn is, and some of the other planets to figure out what a cycle that people are in, like what was going on 12 years ago or 30 years ago. And you know, in the case of countries, you can look even further back. And for instance, with the United States, we're able now to look at Pluto because we have completed one full cycle of the zodiac with all of the different planets in it, with Pluto returning to where it was during the American Revolution when the United States was started. So it's kind of scary but exciting times because we're hoping that the result is something good when all of this energy is over with. We get a little bit of insight every day as we march towards this election in November, and so we're hoping that whoever is elected president, that they send us to a positive future here in the United States and in the world. So we wish everybody well, of course. So before we do that, though, I want to just tell you a little bit about the part of fortune. It's what they call an Arabic part, and it involves math. And if the Arabs helped so much in the development of math, and all the symbols that we use for numbers come from the Arabic. The Romans had their own set of Roman numerals, but generally the world uses the Arabic symbols for numbers. So we are fortunate to that. At least I believe so. At least that's what I've been told. So if someone has something different, then they can point that out to me. But with the part of fortune, and I'll get to our first caller here in just a moment. With the part of fortune, it involves a mathematical relationship between the ascendant, the sun, and the moon. Usually it involves a degree of where the rising sign is, then adding that to the, subtracting where the sun is, and then adding back where the moon is located in your chart, in the sign of the chart. And then that's where you find out your part of fortune. So based on the degree that comes up, and based on your natal chart, wherever, let's say it's 10, well, it'd be 10 degrees on your natal chart, and that will give you an idea of where your part of fortune is, at least on the equal house basis. At least that's what I looked at. So I don't usually use the Arabic parts, but I'm interested in learning more about them, and as I find out more, I'll share it with you. But I'm going to talk a little bit about those as soon as we kind of weave in our show today with our callers. And so I want to go to our first caller. Our first caller, I believe, is Regan in Australia. So Regan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. How are you? Or good evening.
Well, I was going to say, is it morning or evening where you're at? I'm in Texas. It's afternoon here. So it's morning there?
It's 7 a.m. Morning
7
here.
a.m. Okay, so bright and early, you want to start your day out right. So, but Regan, do you have a father in spirit or a man in spirit you're trying to reach?
I have a stepfather in spirit.
Okay, it seems to me you were fairly close to him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we were all, yeah.
Okay, and it just seems to me that for me, it just feels like he's really happy that you are here listening to a medium, because he wants you to know that he's okay and that he is a big fan of yours. He says that he loves you. He says he always admired you. He says that you always brought happiness to him. And so it just seems to me that, I don't know if you took care of him when he was in his latter days, but did you ever bring him pastry, or did you ever bring him any kind of sweets or anything?
Yeah, I did. At Christmas time, I did. I brought him a big treat box.
Okay, because it just it was a highlight of his day, and so he wants me to just share that with you. So, Regan, do you have a question?
That's awesome.
Do what?
No question. Just a general. What do you?
Okay.
They have to say.
Okay, it just seems like to me you feel like you've been kind of treading water, or you just are not making a lot of progress right now. Does that make sense?
What was that? Sorry?
That you feel like you're just kind of treading water. You're just not getting ahead like you want to, like things are kind of in a little bit of a malaise. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, sometimes, when we're in this kind of a period, we're making more progress than what we think, because we're in it, and we can't see that as we kind of get through this period, that we're making some ground, whether it be saving or learning or just getting more emotionally prepared for the next scene. So what is your birth sign, Regan? What is your birth sign?
So I'm an Aquarius. I know all my details actually for my star sign and moon, all the times and everything.
Your sun is Aquarius? Your sun
I'm
sign?
an Aquarius, 29th of January.
Okay, very good. So am I. And so we're similar in that regard. But Aquarius has been hit with with Pluto coming into our sign. And so it's going to be a little bit of a downer, but we got to get used to that energy. And I don't know about you, but it's been a little bit of an interesting year for me so far because it's right on top of my sun. So I don't know what degree Aquarius you're in, but your sun is in. But it affects all Aquarians. And so for the next, 10 to 15 years, we're going to be feeling like we are just kind of climbing up a mountain. Okay, so if you are if you kind of feel that way right now, it's because you're at the beginning phase of a transformation in your life, especially where the sun is located in your chart. So now it seems to me that other people depend upon you. It looks that way, at least. Do you have sons? Do you have a son?
It's like people find me.
Okay, because it just seems like people depend upon you, and sometimes it just feels like people drain you because it's kind of like, can't they figure that out?
Yeah, it's the same. Yes, very much so. I carry it. It's like they find me, and then I end up carrying their issues.
Yeah. So this might be that you might have to learn to set some boundaries. I'm not laughing at you. I apologize.
No, that's fine. No, I'm shocking. I'm my own worst enemy.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that this might be the beginning of learning to set some boundaries. I kind of feel like you need to set some goals for yourself, things that you want for you, because it just seems like you've lived a life where you've helped other people so much that in some ways you kind of neglected your own happiness, you know?
Yeah, so absolutely.
This is a time for you to learn to be happy on your own and do those things that may have been on your bucket list and kind of let other people fend for themselves a little bit. Okay?
Yeah, I've got a court case coming up, a public liability case coming up. Do you see any outcomes with those?
Oh, you have a public liability case? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, these things are, they require patience when you are dealing with a big case like that. And so it seems like you might take one step forward, 2 steps back, but you're going to continue to move forward with it. So once again, this is part of that transformation, learning to be patient. It does look like there's going to be a
learning to be patient's the hard one, I think, for me. I'm a bull at a gate.
Well, I understand that, but sometimes you just kind of have to let this be seasoned, if you want to call it that. Yeah. Sometimes we don't watch a pot of water boil because it seems like it takes forever, but it will, and it does feel like there's going to be a positive outcome, but it does look like it's going to be at least a year or maybe more, especially in litigation, because litigation, there's always somebody that's trying to throw a monkey wrench into the works and slow it down or manipulate it to their advantage. But I feel like you are on the right track with it, and I would stick with it if you can. Okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. So I'm going to go to the next caller in just a moment, but I just want to say a little bit more about the part of fortune, because, it's just part of that cheat sheet that you can look at and look into. And it's like I say, a lot of natal charts don't show the part of fortune. So I've been learning about it, reading about it. And I'm fascinated with it because it just has a lot of insight. It gives a person a little bit of impetus or a little bit of a feeling of security that they are on the right path or may get on the right path, or they may learn what tools they have within them to achieve the results that they want. For instance, with Aries, people with Aries in their part of fortune, they always like to be first. They always like to be the leader. They like to be the one that is in charge. And they may at times have to worry about being a little impulsive, but they have to make sure that they are they do the best they can to work with that energy that's around them, and always try to, if they want to be successful, they got to kind of think ahead, So that's the interesting part for Aries. And I'll get to a couple more, then we'll get to Sandy and Maspeth, New York. But then if you are a Taurus, we've talked a little bit about patience. Well, that's one of the main things that Taurus is, patience, because they evaluate things. They make sure that things have value. And so they sometimes have to wait for the right moment to come. And Gemini would have to be versatile, be flexible in order to get ahead, because they're usually people that just can't stay still. They want to be into everything, and so that's the way that they're successful. They like to talk to everybody. And then Cancer, of course, is the sign of the nurturer, and so those things where a Cancer personality is most successful is the nurturing, to be emotionally available, and then once again wait for the right moment to make a change or go get ahead. So Leo's once again another sign that likes to be in charge. They are also a very loyal group. They're a group that likes to be or should be magnanimous, and so with that, they're also very creative. They're extroverts. So these are people that like to be the center of attention. And then Virgo likes the detail. They're the ones that do best when they stick to the details and stick to the facts. So this is one way that they are successful. So that's about half the zodiac. So let's go to Sandy in Maspeth, New York. Sandy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Good. What is your birth sign today? What's your birth sign?
I'm a Cancer.
You're a Cancer? Okay. Well, Sandy, the thing about me that struck me about you is that are you a worrier?
Very much.
Okay. Do you worry a lot about money?
Oh, everything, yes.
About everything. Money is one of them.
Okay. Definitely.
Definitely. Okay. Well, it just seems to me that you're also a little bit hard on yourself. You're always saying, I hate to say you second guess yourself, but I'd like to see you have a little more confidence in yourself, because I do think in the long run you do make good decisions. I'm not saying you're always right, but I always feel like you give it 100%, especially when you are doing something for somebody else. Because to me, you're the type of person that believes in other people, and if you care about someone, you'll go to the mat for them. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So do you have a specific question for me today?
It would be more career-based. As you speak about money, where career is going, I guess.
Okay. So are you not employed right now?
No, I am employed.
Okay. All right. It does feel like for me that you might be looking for another position. Because I just don't feel like you're getting ahead where you're at. And of course, I'm not telling you to just quit your job, but I am saying that this does feel like it's time for you to look. This is time for you to consider a change. I don't know what career you're in, but But if you're looking to get to the next level, you might have to change careers. Are you in a career that you trained to do?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you're not in medical or anything like that, are you?
No, you don't want me doing that.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm in the beauty industry.
In the what industry?
In the beauty industry.
Oh, in the beauty industry. Okay. Well, that's medical because you make people feel better about themselves.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's it. Okay. So do you do makeup and maybe?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. You know, I've been getting a lot of people in that industry here lately, and you know, if the economy turns down, people like you are going to be doing very, very well because people are not going to give up their makeup. They just aren't. As a matter of fact, that business is going to increase. So if you are working at a salon or you're working at some place that you're not happy with, and I might consider moving to a salon that has higher traffic or has a demographic which is higher income. Is that possible?
Yeah, no, that's always possible.
Okay. So, and then of course, working your clientele. Now, I also feel like you might be doing something on the side. You might get a.
Oh, I'm always hustling. Always
hustling. Okay. Do you have any multi-level marketing deals with makeup, hair and makeup, or anything like that?
Exactly.
Okay. So you might get yourself, if you don't have a website already, this is something that I think that you should get. But I hate to say it, I just feel like you've been a little bit down or a little bit depressed. And the thing is, you have this entrepreneurial spirit around you. And it's something that I feel like you need to be proud of, and you need to realize that entrepreneurs, for the most part, they work harder than everybody else, you know, because people that are self-employed, they have to work 24/7, and I just feel like your mind is always going, and you're always wanting to help people. That's what. Now, also, it just seems like you might be. Do you give away a lot of stuff, or give away your time, or do that little extra at no charge and all that stuff? Do you do that?
Yeah, all the time. And then I just came to that point where I'm just like, no more.
Well, that's your profit. That's profit.
Exactly.
Okay. So like I say, you might want to, and I'm not putting down the people you're working with now, but I'm just saying if you can work with a little bit higher clientele, or at least raise your prices just maybe 5-10%, you know, then that's going to make you feel a lot better, and it's going to help you feel like you're making some ground. Okay, you know, I'm a fan. Yeah. I think you do good work. I think your clientele loves you, and I think you're fortunate about that. And so I think you've got a lot to build on because people feel like you have their best interests in mind. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you so much, Sandy. Take care. Bye-bye. So let's finish up with the part of fortune today. And I just want to let you know that, you know, with Libra, you know, it's all about networking. It's all about socializing. It's all about, you know, looking good and fashion and things like that. And so to be wealthier, that's what you should kind of focus on. If you have it in Scorpio, that means that whatever you do has got to be deep. It's got to be something that's about the soul. It's got to be something you're really passionate about. As well as with Sagittarius, you got to have a cause. You got to have something you really believe in order to be successful. Capricorn is all about status. It's all about getting ahead. It's always all about, you know, making good decisions to get to that next level. Aquarius has to be original, always something very special and something inventive, and that's a good thing. And then with Pisces, it's all about the imagination. It's all about trying to be idealistic and do something which is creative. So try to find out where your part of fortune is. And one of the things I'm going to be working on very soon, or I am already in the process of doing, I'm creating an online astrology course, and it'll be at least 6 classes. I'll try to make it as affordable as I can. And I want to invite all of you to be a part of it if you want to, because we can do so much with Zoom. I can have 1,000 people on Zoom, so don't be afraid to sign up. But it would be something I think that you would enjoy because I like to teach classes that are fast-paced and something you can take away with you. And so, like I say, tonight we're going to be doing our dream class with my psychic development class. And by the way, tomorrow night we're going to be talking about channeling, and that is going to be on Beyond Metaphysics Meetup. And what I'll do is I will record it and put it on my YouTube site, so you can watch that later on at John Capello YouTube, and so that'll be good for you as well. So we're going to wind up our show today here on the Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV. I do want to mention my sponsor, which is Miracles of Joy. They have 2 locations now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They have one in Louisville, Texas, and another in Bedford, Texas. I meant to get over there, and I just couldn't get over there this past weekend. Too many things cropped up, and I just wasn't able to do it. This week I'm home, but next week I'm off to Houston. I'll be at Reiki House Crystals. Reiki House and Crystals, I think that's it. So I'm looking forward to that. It'll be the second time that I'm there, and so we'll be doing a spirit gallery and be doing some private readings, and of course my aura pictures too. So last weekend I was at the Holistic Fair at Billy Bob's in Fort Worth, and it just seems that we're starting to get a following there. We've been there a little less than a year, and more people are showing up for readings and coming to my spirit gallery there. And so I'm delighted that I have that Fort Worth group developing, and so I hope to recreate my business in Houston, because COVID just destroyed everything for everybody. So I'm rebuilding that business in Houston, and already it's starting to come back. So I'm very excited about that. So let's see what else we have. Check my little notes here and see what else we can tell you about what's coming up. We'll be going to Wichita, Kansas in the first part of April. Of course, we'll be going back to Abilene also in April, along with Tyler too. So be sure to look for that. So I'm once again, I want to tell you, I'm John Capello. I'm a psychic medium in the Texas area. Just go to my website, johncapello.com, if you'd like to book a reading or have an astrological chart done. I'm really excited to be able to provide those services to you and to clients. And I also can do your aura photo if you can come by one of the locations that I am appearing. Oh, I forgot. I'll be in McKinney, Texas at the end of this month. Actually, it's Easter weekend, and it's fun to do Easter weekend because a lot of people are out and the little girls have their bonnets on. They're all dressed up and everything. It's really cute. And they have an Easter egg hunt, so it's always fun to watch the little ones do that. So with that, I want to say so long. Thanks again for being there, and I'll talk to you next week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an interesting week it's been around the world with all the political stuff that's going on from country to country and, you know, a president's too old or people this or people that. You know, I mean, really, you know, what's the world coming to? You know, that we take into consideration somebody's age or whether or not they can do a job these days. And, you know, here home in Australia, of course, we've got our own domestic issues as like everybody else in every other country around the world. And we've got lots of weather events happening, as I know that they are around the world. And it seems to be all too frequently we're talking about weather events. There's one in 100 years, there's one in 50 years that seem to be coming a lot quicker than 150 years. And maybe that's something that we all need to be sort of thinking about and looking at. Anyway, the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Emperor. Now, this is the card of stability or stabilizing influence coming into your life. Now, wouldn't that be nice if we had some stability coming into our lives, particularly in the political arena? That'd be lovely, but that might be a stretch too far. Maybe I'm going into the wishing well there. But for us mere mortals, the rest of us around the world, it's a positive card to come out because it's saying that finally we're going to gain some stability in our lives, that, you know, there's stabilizing influences coming in. So if you've been feeling a little bit as if your life's been a little bit out of control lately and that you haven't been able to sort of ground everything or pull everything to a point that you can sort of take a deep breath and sort of exhale and just sort of say, I can chill for a little minute. Now, this is the card that we're looking for those sort of circumstances, is to sort of put the brakes on things a little bit, bring a little bit of stability, give us a little bit of breathing space, time to think, time to regroup, time to sort of reorganize ourselves and say, okay, this is a positive card. We're now back in the driver's seat. We're back in control, that we are now starting to create some stabilizing influences in our lives, and our lives will start to move forward again very shortly. And that's a really positive thing because lots of people have been feeling as if this year so far has been a little bit out of control for them. So we're going to move on to the astrology section of the show, and it's really interesting because most of the planetary configuration is stuck between three signs. Now, this isn't an uncommon thing to happen in astrology where you see everything sort of all group up together. What it means is the intensity or the energy is really focusing just on three signs, which is Pisces, Aries and Taurus. That's where all the planets are sitting at the moment between them, and it's like it's a real concentration for anybody born under those signs. So Pisces is the opposite sign of Pisces is Virgo, so it brings in the Virgo energy as well as the Cancer and the Scorpio energy. So you need to be aware of that if I'm talking about Pisces, which I'm going to start the show off with. The sun's still in Pisces at the moment, so happy birthday to all the darling little Pisceans. And, you know, we're nearing the end of the Pisces reign for the year. And I find this is sort of like it's like the end of a calendar year. It's the end of the astrological year. So it's time that we've got to get things straightened out, sorted out, moved along, you know, complete anything that we haven't done. It's like our second chance at sort of completing last year. This is the astrological year ending for 2023. So, you know, even though it's in 2024, it's our 2023-2024 end of the astrological year. So make sure that you do sort of make your completion phases, tidy up loose ends, tidy up anything that's outstanding, and get fresh and get ready for the new astrological year that'll be starting shortly. So the sun is actually conjunct or holding hands Neptune. Now, a lot of astrologers sort of allude to Neptune as just being the planet of illusion and delusion, sometimes a little bit of trickery. I like to look at Neptune in a much, much more positive way because I feel it has much more to offer than just being an illusion or delusion. I think it's a planet of creativity. It motivates us. It gives us daydreams. It gives us dreams of a night. It gives us that ability to think outside the square. And sometimes we need to do that. We need need to find creative solutions in our lives to our problems that we might be experiencing, or the next thing that we need to work on, or it may just be in the work that we get paid for, that we are required to be incredibly creative because it's part of our role. So, Neptune has an important role in a chart because it's where our creativity comes from. So when it's conjunct or holding hands the sun, it means it really amplifies that. So if you are particularly one of the water signs, now's the time to shine. Now's the time to come out from behind that bushel and say, hey, I'm here. This is what I can offer. This is what I bring to the table. Not necessarily blowing your own trumpet and saying, aren't I clever, but just showing people and sharing with people what you are capable of. It's a very positive sort of calming sort of energy. And a lot of people underestimate the power of the Pisces, that, they say Pisces are like two fish chasing their tail, never achieving anything. Nothing could be further from the truth. In my opinion, and I've been working with astrology for a very long time now, what I find is that the Pisces energy, or people that are born under the sign of Pisces, have the ability to tap into the power of the previous 11 signs. So not only do they have their own wisdom, they're able to cherry pick wisdom from the other signs when need be. It's like, just pop over here to Virgo and pick up a bit of this, and while I'm on my way through, I'll get a bit out of Sagittarius or Aquarius at the same time and bring this knowledge and this wisdom back to me, and then I'll apply it in my own way and I'll make it my own. So that it is actually a very powerful sign. A lot of astrologers affectionately call it the dustbin. I don't. I call it the creative bin, because it's where that they can tap into all the resources of the whole zodiac. So I hope that helps you understand Pisceans a little bit more. We also have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Pisces at the moment, just gone into Pisces. So this is going to bring out into the open, I think, people's fascination, people's love affair with things like music, the arts, going to the ballet, anything that's of a creative level. People are going to start to find that they're sort of yearning to get a bit of creativity, get a bit of, something joyful in their soul. For those that are seeking love, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is, maybe you need to be looking for love in those sort of parts. Go to somewhere that's creative. Go to something that's going to put a bit of zing in your step, something that feeds your soul. And you're more likely to meet somebody then that suits your personality, that, is interested in the same things that you're interested in. There's no point in going to, say, a basketball match unless you feel that that's creative for you. And that might be where you get your creative juices flow, from basketball, or going to a football match, or going to gridiron or tennis or golf or whatever it may be. It doesn't always have to be to the theatre or to the opera or to the ballet or to a concert. It's whatever you feel gets your creative juices flowing. So we want to attract somebody, if you're looking for new love in your life, we want to attract somebody that is a like-minded soul. Now, we're going to move on to the Aries section of the reading. Now, at the moment, we're going to be working with what's known as not necessarily planets, but different parts of astrology. The first part is going to be the Moon's North Node. Now, the Moon's North Node is where we all aspire to improve ourselves. What we've come into this life, and we're aiming for the stars. This is what we're aiming to do. Now, even though it's in Aries, and it's going to affect Aries and the opposite sign of Libra, Leo and Sagittarius, I want to take this right across the board for the whole 12 signs, because we all need to be aspiring to and trying to achieve to become the very, very, very best people that we can become in this lifetime. Now, sometimes the only way that we achieve that is we've got to go through some hard lessons. We've got to go through some changes in our lives. We've got to go through the hurts, the positives and the negatives in our lives to make us a better person. Now, the Moon's North Node is actually conjunct or holding hands, one of the what's known as not a planet, and it's not necessarily technically an Arabian part, even though it comes under that sort of heading. It's Chiron, the planet. To me, I feel it should be another planet. That is the wounded healer. It's where we find where we've been hurt, particularly in a past life, or what we come into this life to learn. It's what is wounded, what is broken, what needs to be fixed, what do we need to work on. So the North Node here is showing us the way forward. It's showing us how we can heal ourselves, how we can fix that wounded part in us, the part that might be broken, the part that we always stumble or trip over. And, you know, whether it's relationships or communications or jobs or whatever it might be, and it might be a combination of all of the above. It's showing us the way forward, that we can heal this, we can mend it, we can make it better, we can aspire to become a better person. And the only person that can heal ourselves is ourselves. Yes, we can go to a medical practitioner, we can go to a spiritual guidance counsellor, we can have all the different alternative complementary therapies done. But unless we're prepared to try and heal ourselves and work with ourselves and say, okay, I have a physical pain. Is that physical pain coming from a metaphysical level, or is it truly that I've got a physical pain because I've had an accident or an injury or there's something wrong? Is the universe trying to tell me to go to a doctor and get it checked out? That, you know, that's the physical pain. I'm talking more about emotional pain and the things that we need to rectify in our lives. Physical pain should never be ignored. You should always go and seek medical advice for that and, you know, find out how to best treat it or how to learn to cope with it. So that's in Aries. So the Aries energy is asking us to put ourselves first, is that we have to be number one in our own universe. And that's really, really important. So I want you to focus on that this week. And I also want you to focus on that the moon, the emotional planet, is in Aries for the next couple of days. So be aware your emotions might be a little bit fiery, outspoken, a little bit snappy, snarly. You know, you might be in your own headspace trying to sort out, you know, what things in your life need straightening out. And somebody's interrupted that. Just make sure you don't put your snappy voice on. You know, try and be kind and gentle to people as well that are around you. Finally, I'm going to work with the Taurus section that I was talking about, which is the planet Jupiter. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. And yes, it's going to affect Tauruses, the opposite sign of Scorpio, Virgos and Capricorns, but it is flowing on to all the other signs as well, maybe not quite in such a big way. So Jupiter is actually conjunct Uranus. Now, Jupiter's the planet of expansion and opportunity, as I've just spoken about, but Uranus is like the planet that's like the bolt of lightning. It comes out of nowhere. It can literally strike the ground and sort of make changes. You know, if you're stuck in a rut, this is a great opportunity to get yourself out of the rut, because Uranus comes along and goes, bang, change. But with it being in Taurus, it can sometimes get a little bit stuck here, because the Taurian energy is fixed, it's determined, it's slow, it doesn't like change, it likes to keep everything that's theirs, doesn't like to share. It says all the money's mine, all the possessions are mine, and what's yours is mine. Now, Uranus here is saying, if you want to hang on to everything so grimly, so tightly, and not share, if that's what's meant to be, then you may just find that you're going to lose. You may just find that, you know, all of a sudden, Jupiter's going to turn around and say to Uranus, well, hang on a minute, this person's being a bit greedy, or they're hanging on to too much that's not rightfully theirs. If that's the case, let's level the playing field. Let's take it off them and give it to someone else. It's a little bit like Robin Hood at the moment, taking from the rich and giving to the poor, because that's who deserves it. So if you're one of those star signs that I particularly spoke about, an earth sign or the opposite sign of Scorpio, then you need to be aware of this. Don't hang on too grimly, too tightly to something that may not necessarily be technically yours. Just because you believe it is and you believe you should be able to retain it doesn't mean that you can do so, because Jupiter is coming here and saying, okay, we've got to spread this right out. We've got to open up everything. We've got to share the wealth. We've got to share everything around. And sometimes sharing wealth is sharing wealth of ideas. It's not always about money. So I hope you've enjoyed the astrology section. We're now going to move on to the next part of the show, and we're going to take our first caller, which is Charmaine in Bristol in England. Are you there, Charmaine?
Hello.
Hi, Charmaine. Do you have a question I can answer for you, please?
No, not really.
Oh, okay. But most people call into the show.
I don't know. I've got many. I don't know. I was just hoping for a general reading, to be honest.
Well, general readings are really difficult when we've only got a couple of minutes. That's why I usually ask if you've got a question. You know, usually people phone into the show because they're changing their job. They want to move fast. They want to know about love.
So, I'm in a long-distance relationship, and lately I've been curious to know whether it's something that will last or if it's something I need to end. I've been really struggling with that.
Okay. Do you mind just sharing with me that person's first initial? I don't need their name, just their first initial.
T.
Okay, just so I'll make sure I tune into the right person. Really, really interesting, because what you're sort of experiencing and what you've been sort of feeling about the relationship, the other person has been feeling the same thing too. And it's like neither one wants to be the first to mention it. It's sort of like, I'm really struggling with this. I can't see a future with a long distance relationship without one or the other person making huge sacrifices. And I don't know that either one of you is prepared to do that. And that's no disrespect to either one of you. That's being honest about, well, look, hang on a minute. I'm happy with my life here in England, and, that's where I want to stay. And the other person is feeling exactly the same about their location. Look, I do feel that this relationship will come to an end, and I don't think it's going to come to an end in a bad way. I think it's just going to be one of you is going to sort of blurt something out, and that sort of opens up the opportunity for conversation about what's been going through your mind and also what's been going through their mind. And it's really interesting because both of you, neither one of you wants to hurt the other one by bringing it up. And it's sort of like the relationship isn't growing. It's like it's dying on the vine because nobody's sort of putting any extra input into it anyway. So it's just interesting that it's just slowly coming to its own conclusion. Sometimes that's the best way for a relationship to end. And not always am I talking about a long distance relationship. Sometimes even a relationship where somebody lives a few streets away can go into this mode where it sort of just peters out and its own natural ending comes. Look, I don't feel that it's a bad thing. I do think that you've learnt a lot about yourself. This has been a great experience, and it's something that maybe you may not want to choose to do again, but you've learnt from this. I feel it's going to go on for a little bit longer yet. I don't think it's going to peter out this week. I think it's got another 6 to 8 weeks, maybe a little bit longer, and it'll just sort of come to its own natural conclusion. It's really interesting, though, Charmaine, because not long past that, you actually do meet somebody locally that will end up becoming your life partner. And it's like, wow.
I've just had a guy come into my life recently, and he's trying to date me, and I've known him since I was a child. So I'm not really interested because I'm in this long distance relationship. But he's very keen, and he's a good guy, and so it's just been very confusing for me recently. So it's funny you say that.
Yeah, but, maybe he's been sent to you by the universe to show you that, hang on a minute, this long-distance relationship isn't as super strong or as connected as what you thought it was. He may not necessarily be the one I'm talking about. He might have just been sent along to sort of test the waters, to sort of show you that, hang on a minute, this, relationship that you thought was so super strong, all of a sudden it's built on quicksand instead of, bedrock. So, sometimes things are sent to us to show us things. I'm not saying he's not the one. I'm just saying, you're right to sort of say to yourself, well, hang on a minute, I am in a relationship. I need to sort that first before I look at even going on a date with someone else, because that's just being truthful and honest and respectful of yourself. You wouldn't like somebody to do that to you. So you're not going to do it to them.
That's what I have done. I've told myself that. Yeah.
Yeah. And if this man's worth his salt, he'll wait. He'll wait to see which way you make decisions. It's not necessarily something that I think you have to make a decision on today. As I said, I feel the relationship, the long distance relationship, is just going to gradually get less and less and less and less until there's sort of literally nothing there. But there's no disagreement, there's no argument. It's sort of, the universe will create the opening, the opportunity will come up. And I actually think it's going to come from him. He'll sort of say something and then, the conversation flows from there. But it's neither one of you has decided to sort of make contact and end the relationship today. It just organically happens. And I think that's the best way for it to sort of happen. And then there's hard feeling. And you can both move on then with a little bit of a heavy heart, but knowing that it wasn't meant to be, and sort of, wish each other well. And, if you decide to remain friends, that's your choice. I think it's very hard to go back and be friends after you've been lovers, but, that's a personal thing. But, over time, I think that will sort of die down and, new love is right around the corner. But the other thing, just quickly before we go, Charmaine, they were showing me, are you making changes to where you're living? Have you been doing some redecorating? Yep. Okay. They're saying to me, that's a good thing. That's good therapy. That's helping you, clear your thoughts.
Best thing. It's like a lovely home. It's bigger, more space. It's so nice. It's changed me, actually. I've got a new job and things are going really well for me right now.
Well, that's good because that's what was meant to happen. You know what I mean? You're spreading your wings, and it's time now for things to sort of fall into place with it. All right, Charmaine, been lovely to talk to you. I have to move on now. We're going to talk with Tammy now in South Jordan in Utah. Are you there, Tammy?
I'm here.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, Tammy?
Well, I just have some health concerns, maybe, or just some guidance.
Okay, but is there a particular question you might want me to answer? Like, is it love life? Is it job? Is it where I'm living?
Not in that regard. It's mainly about my health.
Okay. All right. Health's a very tricky area, Tammy, because, different laws in different countries don't allow us to talk about health because we're not medical practitioners. But what I can do is look at it on an energetic level, and that quite often gives some pieces to the puzzle that maybe you hadn't thought of or helps you put things into place. What they're showing me is in this last 12 months, energetic-wise, your energy's been up and down and all over the place. So is that how you've been feeling? Sort of some days you feel really great, and then the next day you can get out of bed, you feel like you've been run over by a steamroller.
Oh, definitely. I battle that very often.
Yeah. What they're showing me is that, how do I put this? You've had too much stress over too long a period of time that your body and your soul is saying enough. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just need to be still. I just need to let everything start to level itself out, to balance itself out. So is that how you feel, that your life has been, incredibly stressful in the recent, 10 years?
Yeah, it's been pretty stressful. I've got my mother living with us right now, and she's got her own health issues, and so it's been really stressful, for sure.
Yeah, well, I suppose with Mum with her health issues and you with your health issues, it's sort of, if we can collide and have a good day, that's probably a miracle, isn't it?
Yeah, we feed off each other's energy really bad.
Yeah, but that's not uncommon, particularly with females, because you quite often find that female energies sort of sink in line. They talk about menstrual cycles and everything end up, sinking in line with two females in a house, even though they may have been in different cycles. So it doesn't surprise me that your energy levels are sort of sinking in line too. Can I be blunt with you, Tammy? Sometimes do you find that your mother's energy is very draining?
Oh, definitely.
And I think that's contributing to, some days where you wake up and you think, I don't really want to get out of bed today. I don't really want to face the world, because
I sometimes try to avoid her, and I feel horrible for doing that.
No, I don't want you to feel horrible for doing that, Tammy. It's called self-survival. If you go down, then who's going to be there for her? Do you know what I mean? If you can't get out of bed, if you get that sick that you can't do anything for her or contribute to the household, then who's going to do it? So this is where it's not, I know you feel terrible because it's your mum and that's a human thing, but you have to put yourself first. You haven't been well. Your energy levels have been all over the place. You've had your own medical issues that you've gone backwards and forwards to doctors for. And from what I'm picking up, there hasn't been a lot of answers there. Is that what you've been finding, that nobody's coming up with any great conclusions and treatment plans?
Right.
Yeah, look, I think we're going to get some breakthroughs here in a minute. Not today, but, soon, Tammy. I want to say to you very conclusively, you are not imagining what you're going through. And if any medical practitioners tried to tell you it's all in your head or there's nothing conclusive or maybe, you just had a bad day, then take that with a grain of salt and move on. Find somebody else that will listen to you. There is definitely, from what I'm seeing in your soul, there is definitely a physical reason why your energy has been bouncing all over the place and why you've had the different symptoms that you've had. It is not your imagination. You're not trying to get out of being a dutiful daughter or not trying to participate in the world. These are very real symptoms. So I think it's just a matter of continuing on to try and find somebody that will actually listen to you and get to the bottom of the issues. I know August is a long way off from March, but what they're showing me is by August this year, you're jumping out of your skin. You're full of energy. You're full of, your skin looks good. Your hair looks good. You sort of feel as if you've got a brand new lease on life. Now, the only thing that can bring that is somebody finally getting to the bottom of what's causing your energy to be up and down like a yo-yo, and your different symptoms that you've been experiencing is getting a treatment plan, is getting to the bottom of it, is to fix the problem.
Well, actually, I started to see a new OB, and she did an ultrasound, and she found a concerning mass that I'm going to be working with, and maybe doing a partial hysterectomy next month. And I'm hoping that's going to cause or resolve a lot of my issues. But
well, that's good, because if it's women's problems and going and having surgery will certainly help that situation. And it's and that in itself, when you've got those sort of issues coming up, they are very emotionally draining. And it's not something to be, yes, I mean, any surgery is a risk, but it's not something to be frightened of, or that you're going to feel like less of a woman or anything like that. If you remove those things that have been causing you such distress and draining your energy out of you, then you're going to start to feel better once you get over the post-operative period. You're going to start to feel that, even your hormones and your energy and your thinking becomes clearer, and your skin will become clearer, and you'll have more energy, because at the moment everything's being drained out of you. But I just know by August you're going to be jumping out of your skin, Tammy, and you're going to be feeling a lot better than what you were, and emotionally you're a lot stronger, and that sort of then gives you another set of coping mechanisms to be able to deal with your mum and her health issues. I don't know that long-term wise mum's going to be with you in residing in the house with you. I think that there's another place for her to move to. Is that something that's been talked about?
She just got out of rehab center, and we have been talking about that. But then she decided, let's just live together. So, but she's always
for now. But I think by the end of this year, I think things are going to change, and it's sort of something your mum wants to do. It's she's the one making the decision. You're not pushing her out, or please don't feel that you're pushing her out. She's the one that's making a decision of what she wants to do with the next part of her life. Like, she's ready to go on her next adventure, which is good. Anyway, right. Tammy, that's what we're going to leave it. So, but I wish you all the best with your, future surgeries and everything like that, but your health will definitely improve, sweetie. So we've come to the end of the show. It's always difficult when people are facing health issues and you've got family, and, you feel as if you're very overwhelmed. You're trying to get through your own day and sort out, your own stuff with and not, feel guilty about, gee, I haven't been as happy or as helpful as I should have been to another household member. Sometimes we have to take care of us. We are the most important person. If we don't take care of us, then how can we take care of someone else? And that's not being selfish. That's called, looking after yourself and putting yourself first, so that then you can be the very, very best you can be and the most helpful you can be to someone else. And it's really interesting that how, we always sort of think, oh, I shouldn't be selfish, shouldn't be this, I shouldn't be that. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's one of my ultimate favourites. Look, I've got lots of favourite songs. I'm a real music fanatic. But this particular song has been a song that's been around for a very, very long time. And every time I hear it, it just sort of makes me feel warm and fuzzy. And I think we should all try and bring a little bit more about what this particular lady sings about into our everyday life. And it's Diana Ross, and it's Reach Out and Touch somebody's hand and make this world a better place if you can. And I think if we all did that, if we all reached out and touched somebody's hand and tried to make their day a little bit better, it then flows on to us, and the energy becomes really, really positive. So until next week, reach out and touch somebody's hand. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com.